gender equality, both men and women. And I think we tend to shoulder the responsibility as women or when we talk about gender equality, but I think the responsibility should be shared. So we will hear very exciting conversations from our panelists, fireside chat, and I think we will all learn, as he has said, and you will continue to showcase the power of women, which is awesome. But my agenda today is very short. My role is just to welcome you all. Hope we learn, share ideas, those in the room network, get to meet more people. But I have the singular honor today to introduce our keynote speaker. I was saying to Tiki that she's one of the women I have this woman crush on. Her name is Dr. Amy Jadesimi. I have met her a couple of times. I doubt she remembers. You know, when you meet someone you're enthralled with, you remember the encounter and they don't. But let me read who she is. Dr. Amy Jadesimi, she's the CEO of Lagos Deep Offshore Logistics Base, LADOL. She is overseeing the growth of West Africa's largest logistics and engineering facility operating in the Free Trade Zone, LADOL. LADOL is utilizing the UN Sustainable Development Goals, expanding service to sectors outside the oil industry, and creating tens of thousands of jobs. You see why I'm crushing on her. Jadesimi is an Oxford-trained medical doctor who worked at Goldman Sachs and attended Stanford Graduate School of Business prior to working her way up the ladder at LADOL, which was founded by her father, by the way, in 2000. She also is an Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellow. She's working to reduce maternal mortality. Among her many accolades, Jadesimi was named YGL, Young Global Leader, by the World Economic Forum. But part of the reason why I crush on her is she was one of the commissioners for this report around the SDG goals, the Business Commission. In that report, they say, let's turn our business models upside down and start looking at the SDG goals as opportunity to grow your continent, grow your business, and grow your countries. And they estimate trillions of dollars can be unlocked if businesses change their models to start looking at how to create shared value as one way, but also more importantly, start looking at the challenges on the continent as opportunities. So welcome to Amy. I think we're getting her online. Welcome, Amy.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to be the keynote speaker. It's an absolute honor. I have spoken about female equality a lot of times, particularly in the context of my work with the Business and Sustainable Development Commission. And I'm going to start with a quote from Ruth Bader Ginsburg, actually as part of an interview that she did. And they asked the late RBG what she thought the right number of women on the Supreme Court would be. And obviously they expected her to give the usual answer, you know, a 50-50 or something like that. And she said 9, meaning all the women on the all the positions on the Supreme Court should be held by women, and everyone was shocked. And there's something about that we instinctively react against. And after she said that, she pointed out that, you know, for most of the history of the Supreme Court, all of the positions were held by men. And we're all comfortable with that. There is nothing about the concept of having 9 men on the Supreme Court that shakes us up. And that shows you how far away we are from reaching equality, because the norm is very much to have 100% of the people in charge to be men. Another way to look at it is a study that was done looking at 22,000 companies across 91 countries, showed that only 5% of those companies had female CEOs. 5%. So what all of these statistics and the organizational behavioral analysis tells us is that women in leadership are the exception. Even in 2021, 9 years away from achieving the SDGs, women are still the exception. And that's a huge problem. Now, in part, it's a huge problem because as a private sector person devoted to business, entrepreneurship, growing industry in Africa, I realized that within Africa, all of us have a huge mountain to climb in order to industrialize. We have a lot of work to do. We can't afford to make any mistakes. It's very difficult for us to raise money. And we have to find new ways to develop our business models because they have to be sustainable. And I'll come back to why that is. But when you have this huge mountain to climb, you need every advantage you can get. And we heard earlier in the opening remarks about how much of a positive impact female leaders have on a company. From the perspective of the tech industry, it's been established. Companies that have women founders or women in the founding group do better than companies that don't. And they have a better 5-year survivability. And that's by a factor of between 5 to 10. Women in the C-suite can increase the profitability of your company by 42%. So these are all established metrics. And it logically kind of makes sense that if you exclude 50% of the population from the pool of talent that you're recruiting, you're going to miss out on a lot of talent. And so adding them back into the mix will naturally have a positive impact. So we know that having women in leadership is a good thing for companies. And we know that in building industries in Africa, we need all the advantages we can get. So we need women leaders. We need to achieve Goal 5 for Africa to industrialize. It's as simple as that. We're not going to be able to climb that mountain if we've got one hand tied behind our backs and failing to empower women so that they can rise to leadership in public and private sector is literally tying one hand behind our backs. So what about the impact women have on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals? So firstly, again, in the business context, and I think it's important to look at the business context, which we've been doing. In the business context, the SDGs offer the best opportunity for African countries and companies to achieve the goal of global prosperity and peace. And why do I say that? I say that because we have to create millions of jobs, tens of millions of jobs across the continent. Within Nigeria, which is the most populous country in Africa, we need to create at least 2 million jobs a year. And we need the private sector to do that. And the biggest opportunities for private sector lie in sustainable business models. The Business and Sustainable Development Commission identified $12 trillion of business opportunities for companies that pursued sustainable business models. And that was in just 4 verticals. We looked at healthcare, we looked at energy, we looked at urbanization, and we looked at agriculture. So in those 4 verticals, which means there's a lot more value out there in sustainable business models in other areas that we didn't have time to touch on. We also know from the research and from all the analysis done on the impact of ESG on publicly traded companies, that sustainable companies are more profitable than unsustainable companies in the medium to long term. And sustainability in this case needs to be defined because it's now become an ubiquitous word. But when I talk about sustainability, know that I'm talking about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals. Missed one. So 17 goals set by the UN in 2015. So if we achieve these goals as private sector, our companies will be more competitive, and our companies will be more profitable. And we will be at the forefront of the global revolution that is surely taking place, where the whole world is now trying to look for new business models to create a new normal that will look vastly different to the way we live today, not just in terms of how we get our energy to fight climate change, but also in terms of how we treat each other, how we look at value. What is the value of a company? Is it correct that a company should be worth $1 trillion if in achieving that value, millions of other companies are shut out of the market? Is that actually optimal? Is that the optimal way in which capitalism should be pursued? Is it correct that we have rising inequality in a marketplace that is dependent on consumption? Does that make sense? None of this makes sense. And the beauty of the Sustainable Development Goals is that they actually give us a framework that we can apply to decision-making from a policy perspective and a business perspective that helps us stay on the path of sustainability, which is the same as staying on the path of profitability. So now let's come back to female inequality, and the same goes for diversity in companies. If you have women on the board of your company, the data shows that your company is likely to make more sustainable decisions. So you're not just making better decisions, you're not just more profitable. Those are separate metrics. Analysis of the ways in which women analyze and think and make decisions are more in line with sustainability than men on average. Women are also more comfortable with systemic change. Women also tend to be more sustainable in both their private lives and their professional lives. And this goes across public sector and private sector. So if we want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we obviously need women on the front line, because we know already that women have a strong natural tendency towards making decisions that are more sustainable in nature. And if you have a critical number of women on your board, and some research shows it's 3 or 4, but one isn't going to cut it. So if you have enough women on your board that their voices can be heard, and therefore their decisions can be implemented, that's when you start to see the kind of changes that lead to an entire corporation becoming more sustainable. So where does that leave us? Where that leaves us is a world that currently considers women in leadership to be the exception, with a world that finds the concept of a situation where 100% of the leaders are women disturbing, and yet a world that needs to achieve Goal 5 of the SDGs, female equality, in order to survive. And whenever I talk about this, I always end the same way. And that's by saying that in the same way that we need women to achieve the SDGs, we need women to embrace their importance based on everything I've said and all the data. Because right now, women have to fight an uphill battle to get into the C-suite, and it's exhausting. And it's tough. And nobody's going to come to your house and say, please come be our prime minister or come be our CEO because we need women to save the world. So, probably the opposite is going to happen. And you're going to get doors slammed in your face. But really, my message is to the men in the audience, support or at least don't stand in the way of achieving SDG 5 because you need it as much as we do. And to the women in the audience, understand your value, embrace your value, internalize your value, and know that in achieving your dreams, you are also helping to make the world a prosperous and peaceful place. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jadesimi. I thought she was still going to be on there. I was going to say she started with, one of my favorite people, which is RBG. So Notorious RBG is what we call her in America. And I loved when she responded to that question about when will it be enough? And she said, when there's 9, because we are not used to seeing a whole room that is just, it's women leaders, but we are used to seeing our manels, and we're used to seeing all of these other things. So when we start shifting that, that's when it will be adequate. Other thing she pointed out again was that having women in leadership, having women in these boards, having women in these roles is not just because it's a nice thing to do, or not even just because it's more profitable, but just even to be sustainable. How do you create those jobs? Before you can even talk about profit, you've got to even start the business to begin with. How do you start having these balanced thinking so people aren't running down one path and thinking the data and the numbers, like my co-host, but also how it impacts people, how it impacts communities, how people that never had that opportunity need to be able to kind of pulled along. So you need both sides together. And so having women in these positions is good, not just, again, for profit and success, but also just for sustainability. And as a continent that needs to move forward, you cannot leave behind over half our population.
That was a powerful speech. Thank you for giving a recap. I also connect with what she said about sustainability. When you have more women in power in the business, I also have a growing emerging business, and we have more women in the top. And when they make decisions, you can see sustainability. If it was me, it's about today, tomorrow, and you know what I mean. And you can see they're thinking a whole year, or they're thinking 6 months, which is sustainable. And in a smaller scale, I've seen it, and I agree 100%. I think we should have more women. They do help, yeah. We're moving on to the next chapter. I feel honored to announce the next speaker. He's been on the game for so long. I've been watching him, and I've been studying, and I said, oh, this is how people do things. Where do they study? Do they go to, you know what I mean? Because we're back at public school. I'm listening to him. I'm like, this guy talks sharp, he's smart, and now when I went through his bio, now I know why. So he's been in the game for so long. Nicole summarized it for me, but this laptop did its own thing. I'm gonna read a bit. He's got a whole book as his bio, so allow me to summarize. Eusebius Makeza is a political analyst, broadcaster, and writer based in Johannesburg. His academic background is moral philosophy, having studied and lectured in the philosophy department at Rhodes University, before doing research in moral philosophy as a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford University. He remains an associate of the Wits Center for Ethics. As a broadcaster, Eusebius has previously presented Interface on SABC3 before hosting radio shows. He anchored Talk at 9 on Talk Radio 702, Power Talk with Eusebius Makeza, Power 98.7, and presented the program Meet the Media with Eusebius Makeza on ENCA. He spent almost 2 years on Radio 702 as a host and Eusebius Makeza's talk show. There's so much I can talk about you. Allow me to stop here. Yes, thank you, sir. Welcome on stage.
Thank you, Talifani. I'm glad you stopped there. One can never get used to hearing your CV being read out, right? I also find that CVs are always so deceptive. On the one hand, as black people and as women and as Africans, we need to own the gap that we are closing between ourselves and the global north and not run away from stories of who we can be. And on the other hand, I always think to myself, to be a really good mentor, we also need to give a 360 degree of who we are to young people. Because if you listen to that kind of CV, you might think, oh my God, I can't do all of those things. But the CV doesn't tell you he failed second year pure maths. His first book didn't get published because it wasn't good enough. He didn't complete his PhD. He was unemployed for 6 months before he found a radio job. So it's always a little bit surreal, but nevertheless, thank you for your generosity. It is fantastic to be back here. I feel like the prodigal son returning, Tiki. Even my tag, I'm here designated as a MENA Menstrual Cup board member, and the founder, Zaks, is someone that I met at my first attendance of the event, and we've become very close friends. And because men must get involved in the gender equality conversation, I agreed and have been delighted to be co-opted onto a board where the organization's fundamental purpose is to deal with period poverty. One of the many ills we need to deal with is the educational gap on the continent between African girls and African boys, because African girls end up missing schools when they are menstruating, and they can't go to school because they don't have access to pads and to tampons and other products. And that is a relationship that started as a result of your great work, Tiki, where I'd met one of the speakers here that made me realize it's not good enough to be involved rhetorically as a man. You've got to be actively involved and get your hand dirty and do something about it. Let me introduce two of the excellent women in the room amongst the many that we have. And it is a delight for me to reconnect with them, and also for the conversation that I will be facilitating. First up, I met already this morning, Titilope Ogunduga, who's the Head of Sustainable Development and Corporate Brand for Lafarge Africa. She's done amazing work, absolutely excellent, particularly focusing on how to help companies turn around and become more competitive across various parts of the organization, be it in terms of human rights, be it thinking about strategy or corporate social investment. An incredible pedigree and portfolio. Can we please welcome her to this conversation?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
And then the second person, we've already been giggling like schoolgirls next to each other, is Lindy Dlamini, who has got more than a quarter of a century experience in financial services across the board. If you haven't fixed your numbers and different kinds of insurance that you have and you're scared about the pandemic, she can give you advice. Might cost you a little bit, but she doesn't only have a background in financial services, also in legal, advisory elements of business as well. And we are delighted to have her here, particularly because she's been thinking around the question of a necessary funding model with which we have to confront the question of gender equality as well. And there's a lot we're going to get into in terms of the details of that. But for the moment, can we please welcome her on stage as well? The topic that we want to address is enormous, and I'm glad there's another panel that will thematically deal with it, because 30 minutes is definitely not going to be enough. But stating the problem is easier than finding a solution, as Amy had said. And the problem is very simple, is that gender inequality has not gone out of fashion and refuses to go out of fashion. And the task of this panel is to answer the question, can Africa leapfrog that problem? Can we effectively deal with gender inequality and move towards a more gender equal society? And what's really interesting about the work of the Africa Shared Value Leadership is an interesting hypothesis that is also part of our brief, which is to say, besides gender equality within the world of work, can we deal with gender-based violence in society at large? And to what extent can dealing with gender inequality within the world of work make a difference to reduce gender-based violence in society? And it's a really interesting question, and it's a really interesting link between, for example, domestic violence and, let's say, the world of work and gender parity, income parity within the world of work. So that is the scene that I want to set. But I want to start off, and I thought, you know, before Titilope and Lindy, we get into the systemic issues and the numbers and the policy questions, I wanted to ask you on a deeply personal level to share with us what your experience has been on the gender question. I mean, it is unfortunately still exceptional to have women in the boardroom, and you would have confronted a lot of hypermasculinity in the course of your work life. Do you still deal with that? And what are those battle scars that you carry with you?
Wow. Yeah, it's quite a question.
I mean, I started work at a very, very progressive company called Liberty Group, and I spent probably the first 18 years of my career there. And despite being a very equity and equality focused organization, an organization is still the sum total of the people who work in it. And an organization is a microcosm of the society in which that company exists. And so it's been quite a steep climb, overcoming prejudices around my age, around my gender, around my complexion, etc. Should I be at the table? And if I am at the table, should I be speaking at the table? And if I am speaking at the table, should I be listened to? And if I am listened to, should anybody take stock and attribute anything to me beyond, here's a lollipop, thanks for participating. But having said that, there are also a great many amazing men that I have come across. And that's why I absolutely loved it when you said, we men must start to become part of the conversation and part of the solution. Because I can say hand on heart, it is when men owned the conversation around my career, my opportunities, my abilities, that these were seen for what they are. We very often have to shout louder, do more, etc. as women to earn ourselves a seat at the table, a lot more than men do. And whether we like it or not, this is the journey that we've been on. So I am glad that we now have allies, because I found that that unlocked a world of opportunity for me.
Thank you. I think you provided a very great context. Having worked for about 2 decades, I find it quite interesting that, you know, that needle has not moved an inch. However, it's been a progressive journey in the last 5 to 10 years. Personally, I think that the conversations are beginning to hold a lot more. And we are beginning to live in the consciousness of bridging that gender gap. I work in the manufacturing sector, and it's about, you know, 1 out of 10 employees would be female, and that really is alarming. Are the girls going to school, especially in my home country? Maybe, but when it comes to, you know, getting to that point of their career where, you know, they own a seat at the table, they're having the right conversations, that is where the real work begins. And there are quite a number of indices that, you know, speak to how we can better manage that gap. Organizations like mine, Lafarge Africa, is committed to gender diversity and inclusion. We have models, we have frameworks in place that support, you know, all of the ambitions that we have around gender diversity, and we are implementing same. I also like to point out that given my work as head of sustainable development, there's a huge gap still in the communities. So limited access to education for the girls, exposure in terms of the things they have access to, and even younger women and the older women. And that is where the real work is, in the informal sector. How do we bridge that gap, even between not just the men and the women, but between the private and the informal sector, which is actually the largest sector of the economy? That is where the real work is.
I, you know, think that if you value something, you'll be more likely to put in an effort. You know, I mean, and not in any profound kind of way. I often like to ask someone like, "Oh, do you go to the gym?" And they'll say, "Oh, no, I don't have time." And I always chuckle at that response, because of course we only have 24 hours in a day. But how we divvy up our time and what we do with it tells us something about what is important to us, what matters to us, right? And I often wonder whether men in particular value human rights and value gender equality. Because if we did, then we would be doing some of the things that you are talking about and that Amy was talking about. But it seems to me that one of the biggest problems we have is that us as men want to hold on to our power, and we have to be that honest about it. I am tired of hearing keynote speeches from progressive men and from women that tells me about the latest McKinsey research, Stanford research, that it makes business sense to take equality seriously, that diversity is conducive to maximizing the value proposition of a company. We know that, you know what I mean, Lindy? Like, how many more studies does it take to prove that even if you don't care about the moral case for gender equality, that the business case should excite you as a capitalist?
Yeah.
But it still doesn't move us as men. I feel like a broken record. I've had this conversation even before I went grey, because the data changed marginally, but the fundamental insight, it makes business sense to care about gender equality. That insight has now been established forever.
Yeah.
Given that truth, don't you despair that we are taking so long when the case has been made forever and a day?
Yeah. You would think, you know, the prospect of adding $12 trillion to global GDP in the next 10 years would excite people. We often hear that men don't make emotional decisions. They make decisions based on the data, based on the facts and so forth. And somehow these facts are not turning the dial. And it says to me, at an intrinsic human level, where power is concerned and power dynamics and relationships are concerned, people will hold on to privilege even when it doesn't make sense to. We see it in all forms of classism, racism, gender sort of inequality is propped up by the need of people who are fundamentally insecure to open up the space to others, even though all the evidence favors a situation where you have those others at the table. Some can say the same of cisgendered people, that they are comfortable within their space, and when you have to open up the dialogue and say, acknowledge and recognize other genders out there and the rights that they have, people react a particular way. So to me, it astounds me that the business case, so well articulated repeatedly, and you're right, with marginal shifts in how it's articulated from time to time. I mean, right now, we're in a global economy that is seeking to grow again after all the impacts of lockdowns and so forth. And again, it's women bearing the brunt.
Yep.
Women are the ones who are almost twice more likely to lose out on opportunities following all of these things. It is women who have suffered more from gender-based violence, stuck under lockdown conditions with their abusers. And as we claw our way back, we now have to claw back from a regressive stance because we have moved back.
Lopa, the same question to you. Do you despair in the face of resistance? Because, as we've said, men pretend to be unemotive and these rational calculators, but the truth is we are very territorial. We don't want you in the boardroom. We're prepared to take a hit in the bottom line to keep you out.
I think that, over the last century, there are so many things that are ingrained in the society, like cultural norms, that speak a lot to, the disposition of men to, gender equality, gender rights, human rights as a whole. And I think that until we begin to call that out consciously over and over, it will not make that kind of impact that we desire. So we see the statistics, we even understand the potentials, growth in the industry, growth in the economy. But, when it comes to taking that action, then we see the men, not coming out as fully and as importantly as they should. And that, calls for some concern. Now, what are the things that we can do? Because, again, it's important that we are not getting pessimistic about, what the opportunities are. What are the things that we can do? First, I think it is important that, at a national level, and I'm glad that we are speaking about at this conference about One Africa, One Voice. At a continental level, we need policy initiatives, strong policy initiatives that support gender equality and inclusion. And I'd always say we have national economic blueprints, we have national economic agendas. Why can't we have a national gender diversity blueprint? Why can't we have a regional gender diversity blueprint? Those things are important, and when we have those things, we begin to cascade and drill down to, economies, to nations, even to organizations. What of our policy frameworks? How strong are they? I like the Sustainable Development Goals, and I like the way that, organizations, especially in the private sector, call out the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 5, gender equality. But we cannot afford to be superficial about it, especially when it comes to gender equality. So there are targets, there are indicators. How many organizations are measuring their performance with these targets and these indicators? With gender equality, I believe we need to go a lot more granular so that we can achieve the targets that we intend to achieve.
I think that's a perfect way to move into the practicalities. I totally agree, Titilope, and I think you've set us up. And there are two levels to it that I want us to drill down into. There is policy, legislative framework, because you need both carrots and sticks. If the carrot won't work, if appeal to ethics don't work, then you've got to incentivize, or if necessary, make it obligatory. Right? And then the second set of practical questions are, if we look at one company, not necessarily the economy and the legislative framework, what can happen in that particular company? Let's start with the latter first, Lindy. And I'll just kickstart the conversation, and then take over as someone who's got the business experience that I lack. But it seems to me that what Titilope is saying is absolutely spot on. If you don't measure it, then you can't know how you're getting on. If you don't have the goal, then you can't even know what you are measuring. And the kind of things that should be done are very simple things that are powerful. Link the CEO's bonus and performance with the contractual KPIs to gender equality. Define gender equality in your workplace. Go literally to payroll and have a look. What is the income inequality between women and men in your company? And other measurements, such as look at the data, the cohort that got into the company in year one in 2015, divvy them up, men and women, who has been promoted and who hasn't, over 6 years period of time, and who's responsible to make sure that the career mapping provides equal opportunities for men and women. And that's the granularity and specificity that we need, and we need to link it to whether or not you get kicked out from a middle management and a top management position.
I would agree with that. And with that being said, I think we mustn't lose sight, as Titilope said, we mustn't be pessimistic around this. We have seen a South Africa and a Rwanda that has added 25% and 17% of women to their middle management, and that starts to form a good pipeline for succession to senior roles. But with that being said, we do see that there is a leaky bucket. There's women who drop off for various reasons. It is important that our partners in the corporate sector examine and understand the reasons for that. It's all too easy to put it down to women opt out because they want to have babies, women opt out because they don't want the big jobs, women opt out. There are all sorts of narratives that are all over the place, but those are not actually the true reasons. Do corporates do enough to ensure that the culture of the environment is conducive to women succeeding? Do we understand enough about the second shift when women get home, the fact that they do a lot more unpaid care work in the home than men do? And even now during the pandemic, that secondary care work when they got home because children were being educated from home fell disproportionately on women. So there is a load balancing that kind of doesn't happen. And I do believe it is correct for us to not only formulate the policies, because in the South African context, the policies are there. It is, however, left to organizations to get themselves in accordance with their employment equity planning, etc., to whatever state they believe best represents equality and equity in their space. But we saw from the recent Women's Economic Assembly that there are dynamics, there are industries, you belong to an industry that's very, very heavily male. There are industries that have sustained a trajectory of not being inclusive to women. That has to change. And part of that is information asymmetry. Women are left out of the information that they need to participate meaningfully there, whether it is through procurement, whether it is through trade, whether it is through training for those kinds of environments. And yet we have demonstrated, and even if you look at results of school, tertiary, etc., women have demonstrated their capability and ability. I do think we need to get away from the point where we are talking everybody into our attributes and we are selling our own value proposition. It is a self-evident as well as tested statistically by all the studies that you have mentioned. We need to implement them. It is necessary for our growth.
I totally agree with everything Lindy says and with what you said before, that we can't be pessimistic, we must be granular, let's be pragmatic. But I want to push both of you a little bit. I think you're being too nice on my gender. We are very crafty in the ways in which we keep you out. Can we talk in terms of that specificity that you invited us to talk about things that are not visible to the naked eye? Culture that is male-centric, that appears to be part of a meritocracy in my company, but actually it is not a meritocracy. These are values that are infused within my corporate culture that tend to favor characteristics that are disproportionately found in a body with a penis. And I'll give you an example. As a communications coach, I have on many occasions been invited by law firms to come and work with a Lindy, and the basic brief will be, oh, Lindy's very smart, she's got an LLB, she's fantastic, we're thinking of making her partner, but she just has a communication problem. I say, shut. I'll work with Lindy one-on-one. Let's do it. Step one, I have to assess her current skill set so I know what we are working with. I will listen to Lindy, or I'll come and sit in the room at the back here at a conference at the Maslow, secretly, and Lindy doesn't know, and I'm taking notes as the coach, doing the diagnostic first. And there's nothing wrong with Lindy. Are any of you finding her boring? Are any of you thinking that she is not eloquent? She can't communicate? But what they really mean is, in our company, you have to be loud and boisterous like Eusebius. That is the ultimate yardstick of what it means to be a confident man. And all that really is a performance of rage. It is a performance of testosterone. So if you really want gender equality, we're going to have to talk about everything, even if it's pessimistic, from the pay inequality to HR telling you that Titilopa must go on a Toastmasters course to help her how to speak.
So I like the perspective that you provided, and I think that with gender equality, it involves a multi-stakeholder approach, and it is not just the male gender, it is not just the leadership of organizations, it is a lot more all-encompassing. And I'd like to take it from the smallest unit of the nation, which is the family. How are we orientating our children, the male child, the female child? I have only daughters, and based on my experience and exposure, I know the things that I tell them. But how many parents, can tell their children the things that I tell my daughters? I also know that even as exposed as I am, I have quite a number of contemporaries who are even bothered that they do not have male children, and they think as women it is my responsibility to give a male child. And so all of those things are those deeper things that we cannot see, that informs our decisions, the kind of narratives that we are projecting as societies. That said, I think that in organizations, the people element of performance management systems is critical. And when I say the people element, it's not just how an organization performs in terms of bottom line. You know, how much millions or trillions of dollars were we able to, you know, get, you know, at the end of the year? What was our EBIT and all of that?
Yeah.
I think it is a lot more about how we are, you know, connecting the dots between our people, our performance, and how that impacts the society at large. And the simplest of it all is, you know, the GDP. What contributions, you know, the people can make to the GDP. Now, speaking to the women, I mean, there was an International Labour Organization survey that happened in 2019, and about 13,000 enterprises were consulted. And the survey shows or revealed that, you know, companies that were led by women, you know, achieved an average of 15% increase in profits. And, you know, that tells a lot. So connecting those dots, the woman in the organization, the corporate performance, and the contributions to the society, we need to see those linkages, and we need to call them out a lot more.
Absolutely.
And I always say that, you know, for women, we also need to, you know, own the whole. We won't get far if we are timid, if we are not confident. It would involve a lot of work because, of course, the society places a lot of pressure on us. The society, you know, expectations here and there, the domestic affairs are there, and, you know, you have to go the extra mile to thrive, you know, in the workplace. But that said, I think that for the women, it's an investment worth making. Because the better or the more opportunities we have to be at the C-suite, the more women we can, you know, and hold to get to that level, the more of our stories that we can tell. I always I said it to someone yesterday. What happened to folklore, for example? In Nigeria, we had a lot of stories around, you know, heroines who did great, amazing things. But those things vanished into thin air. So what happened to all of those stories? We need to tell our stories a lot more as women. We need to support each other a lot more. And we need to, you know, have those conversations like this one, where all stakeholders understand their roles and their responsibilities.
I'm very sad that we only have 7 minutes left, but I want to headline 2 themes before we close. The first, and I love how your answers segue to exactly where I wanted to go. Women supporting each other. So there's men, there's us as blockages, how we need to be allies. There's also the interesting question around what kind of support you give each other, right? So it's we've got to pull all the levers to get to gender equality. And I sometimes find with minority groups or oppressed groups, we don't scaffold each other in the same way in which straight white men do. They look out for each other. They vouch for each other. How important is it, Lindy, that we also study the white straight male and then reverse engineer their success and do it ourselves? They hang out together, they mentor each other. When there is the leadership that is talking about promotions, they will say, I've worked with Lindy on my team, she's ready to be senior associate. We don't set up those kinds of social networks and then leverage it within corporate.
I think that's a very important point. Look, I have 2 views around that. It is true that there is such a thing called a queen bee syndrome because, of course, as many men are insecure, you also find women who are insecure, and that happens with insecure women. But the overwhelming majority of female leaders that I have come across are people. I remember my last 3 CEO appointments. It was women who celebrated me, women who came to the table. They are all CEOs, CFOs, members of boards of directors, and so forth. The role that I'm in now at the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Fund, it is a woman who said to another woman, there is a woman who has built a career in financial services who can add value here because this is the space and time she needs to be in. That was a woman. So women do need to create space and hold space for one another. I think we do have to perfectly embody the strength that we are and open and stand at the door. Don't just open the door and look away and carry on walking.
Absolutely.
Open, stand at the door and make sure that your sisters are coming in to the door. It is the only way that we are going to create critical mass at those spaces where it makes a difference. When you hear that 1 in 3 women are victims of abuse, every 8 hours, a woman dies in this country at the hands of an intimate male partner. There's a whole lot more going on with the woman than what you see. So the importance of reaching out, holding the hand, and looking back and making sure that people are coming, people are able to. If there are obstacles and you happen to be ahead, going back and eliminating those obstacles because you have the platform. We have to create platforms for
Absolutely.
each other to ascend and succeed.
Titilope, the last theme is completely different, but I want to just signal it, and I'll give you 2 minutes to comment on it. It connects with what you were saying, that we need to talk about regional cooperation and what we can do. How important is it for us to also, in another occasion, talk about strategically setting up a political movement, even though none of us as voters are single-issue voters? We're too complex to be single-issue voters. When it comes to elections, for example, and our relationship with our governments and how we hold them accountable, gender equality wasn't even part of our conversation in South African elections recently. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of the politics of gender equality.
Well, I think that with gender equality and politics, again, it involves everyone. And, the woman is really the basis and the foundation of every society. Now, that said, representation at all levels is one thing that must be at the heart of, every administration or government in power. How do these things happen? I think there are systematic approaches to achieving that. But again, it goes beyond elections or nominations to electoral positions. I think it's been more deliberate about representation at all levels. And how can we achieve this? It's to, technocrats find comfort in their spaces to say, oh, I'm a business professional, my business is not politics. But we need to begin to see the business of politics and the politics in business and, marry those two together to ensure that, whether at the regional level or at national levels, representation for women is obvious, is evident, and is backed up by credible actions. I tell people that nobody can pursue or push the women agenda more than the woman. So if the women are in the right places, I am sure that we would move this needle, from an inch to a mile. And when we do that progressively, we would be able to achieve that scalable impact that we desire over the next decade and over the next century.
I want to end this discussion by underscoring what our keynote speaker, Amy, had said and addressing the men in the room and the men who are watching online, particularly the one with the most social and economic power, CFOs and CEOs, because you have the most opportunity to make a difference immediately as soon as this conference ends. You have the luxury of picking from 2 different kinds of reason for why you should care about gender equality. 2 kinds of reason. If the one doesn't work for you, you can pick the other one, or both. The one reason is that it is the right thing to do as a matter of commitment to morality and human rights. That reason should be enough to persuade you to pick up the phone and ask payroll what your pay parity is in your company or lack thereof. The second reason is maybe you don't give a damn about morality, but you care about maximizing profit. That's a good reason. Maybe you hate women, but you love money. If you love money, love women as a means to an end. And I hope that between those 2 categories of reason, you find some conviction for yourself to take this conversation seriously. Can we please put our hands together for my 2 brilliant guests? Thank you.
Thank you.
As I hand back to the hosts.
Wow, That was powerful.
It was.
Agree? That was powerful.
Yes.
Wow. I felt that. I feel that. I think it's now time to hear these words and hear what people are saying, and we take them to practice. It's really important for us to not only speak anymore, to hear and action and make actionable insights or actionable words, right? So the words are being said. You can hear what women are saying. They are in the right positions, but they have amazing sentiments about what is going on in the industries. And if you are that person in that barricading that space, that opening the space, right? But what excites me, before I comment on what they said, is that most of the time, before I started analytics advertising, I used to work as a data science, and I worked for multiple corporations. I used to move every 6 months because I used to feel like I'm smart and I want to do more. And most of the time, it was women who were doing HR. So I feel like now that's a question also for women now, to start opening the space. They talked about that. Start opening the space for more women. Start speaking for women. And I got that point. And another point was women should come out. Come out in your own way. Stop being timid. Come out confidently. Own the space and take it. You know, so because most of the time,
women do take the space.
Okay.
Women do show up, right? But you're told that you're proud. You're told to be more humble. You're told to wait your turn. So I think part of what this is was that challenge to the men in that space to say, put your ego in check and think about that greater good. Okay? Women do empower other women. Most of the stuff in my career, all the companies we build, my team knows, we always ask, do you have a female co-founder? We help other women become co-founders of these technology companies. We look at funding and the companies that we put money behind to make sure that there's gender diversity in the C-suite. Women do all of those things. Men understand it. So what would motivate you? Would it be the moral side? Or would it be the economic side?
I'm not going to stand up for anyone, right?
What will get you to change?
But I took the lessons, and if I'm one of those guys, I'm going to put them into practice. But what I learned from what Eusebius said was that unity is important, and learn from those who have done it, and reverse engineer what they have done and implement it.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we love a lot of the different action points. So again, thank you guys so much. Things, again, you talk about that are actionable, that I've seen work is if you're looking at companies creating pay scales. So at my company, for example, we have a fully transparent pay scale by level. So everyone that comes in, if you're on a particular level, everybody knows exactly how much a person makes in that particular role. So there is no conversation about who negotiated better, who, et cetera. There are things that you can do in terms of just even paying equally, because we have that gender disparity across the world. But this is really good, and we can probably go back and forth on this a bit, but I think we're going to transition a bit now into talking about health inequality. And Abbott, through their work in Rwanda, has made an enormous difference in providing health access to women in Rwanda. So today, more than 80% of the population in Rwanda lives in rural areas where access to primary, collaborating with the Rwandan government through the Ministry of Health and nonprofit organizations, Society of Family Health, on an innovative shared value pilot program to ensure that all Rwandans can access quality healthcare within a 30-minute walk from their homes. So now everybody's talking about like different vaccines, et cetera. So lack of access to vaccine in Africa, according to WHO, talking about the different, like less than 2% of the dosage in Africa of people that have been able to get vaccines. So how do we, work and we have our different group collaborating to make these things happen? We'd like to introduce Monica Sanders, who's Director of Global Citizenship and Shared Impact at Abbott, where she's responsible for developing and advancing the company's sustainability and shared value strategy. So introduce Dr. Monica Sanders. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning from Chicago, and I apologize, I'm trying to fix my screen here. It's just before 3:30 a.m. in Chicago, and of course my night owl cat has decided that he wants to join the conference, so I think I scared him away, so hopefully we can It's my honor and privilege to join you virtually today. My name is Monica Sanders. I am a director with Abbott's Global Citizenship Team, and I focus specifically on the company's shared value endeavors. For those of you who are not familiar with Abbott, we are a global health tech company that creates breakthrough products in diagnostics, medical devices, nutrition, and branded generic medicines. This morning, I'd like to focus on a few trends and developments that we're seeing in our business related to the expansion of quality healthcare, as well as our efforts to help women live better, healthier lives by increasing health and economic equity and equality. Let's first talk about decentralizing healthcare. That is an emerging trend. And today's unfortunate reality is that a person's health is too often determined by their socioeconomic status and combined with their geography. Let me just check the chat here. Okay, sorry, I was not. So I believe that we all share the view that the serendipity of one's birth location should not be a primary determinant of health. And at Abbott, we've long believed in greater access to decentralized health services that can reach more people closer to when and where they need it. And in my humble opinion, the best healthcare solutions are the ones that reach the most people. And our second generation Health Post initiative in Rwanda is a great example of that philosophy. Starting in 2018, Abbott joined forces with the Rwandan Ministry of Health and Society for Family Health in Rwanda to reimagine, really, and update its existing model for rural healthcare, resulting in what we now see as expanded access to essential care and testing for patients. The program was designed to be sustainable from the start. And we believe that it's scalable now across all of rural Rwanda, while at the same time creating local economic opportunities. The program also applied smart design principles to construct the health posts in a way that optimizes care for patients while delivering an efficient operations platform for health providers. Again, the result is self-sustaining, independent businesses that deliver enhanced health services to the surrounding communities, all within about 20 minutes walking distance. For these much needed facilities, they offer maternal services, antenatal care, testing and treatment for infectious diseases, pharmacy services, health education, and ongoing management of non-communicable diseases like diabetes. To support comprehensive maternal care, Abbott bundled tests for syphilis, malaria, HIV, and hepatitis into an antenatal test panel that requires a single finger stick of blood and delivers results in 20 minutes. This approach is allowing for testing of multiple diseases all at once, enabling compliance with WHO guidelines for the elimination of disease transmission in pregnancy. Again, this is a good example of localized innovation. The program has already shown strong results, and as of its inception from the fourth quarter of 2019, we've seen strong uptake in services like family planning, and a statistic that I'm very proud of, that we've seen over 700 mothers safely deliver their babies in their own communities. During this same time period, these 8 pilot locations have treated more than 200,000 patients, screening more than 50,000 people for malaria, providing over 40,000 treatments for intestinal parasites, and more than 50,000, resolving more than 50,000 cases of respiratory infections. And all of these solutions were delivered profitably by the local operators. We believe this model of decentralized healthcare can play a vital role in maintaining a healthy population, which in turn fuels economic growth and productivity needed to reduce poverty. Now I'm going to switch gears and talk about gender diversity. And this second twin I want to highlight is a subject that's very near to my heart, the need for and the value of increased gender equality in global health. Only 25% of women lead in global health, despite making up almost 70% of the global workforce, according to an article from The Lancet. This statistic highlights both a problem and a lost opportunity because there are substantial improvements in health and social outcomes to be had by increasing gender diversity as it relates to the health industry. You know, we heard Dr. Amy mention this. We heard the last panel mention this. The statistics are out there. And as we talked about with business, there's also strong evidence that shows that the importance and the significance of gender equality in global health. The data collected and analyzed suggests that gender equality in communities promotes economic growth, reduces child mortality, and improves nutritional status. And again, I'm not going to repeat the statistics because former panelists have already talked about how gender diverse workplaces are more productive, more profitable, and end up being more satisfying places to work. The Rwandan second generation health posts have been successful. And this is one of the statistics that we're most proud of in creating entrepreneurial opportunities and career pathways for women. More than 50% of the health posts are operated by women, and each health post houses an approved and dedicated laboratory space that enables better diagnosis. And again, 88% of the technicians who run these labs are women. Beyond economic empowerment, this is immensely important to quality of care because 60% of the patients at these health posts are women. These facilities provide safe, clean, confidential spaces to discuss a variety of gender-specific concerns, including antenatal care and safe birthing options right in the community. Beyond Rwanda, we are seeing the importance of gender diversity across the continent and around the world. According to the WHO, women in Africa are more likely to die from communicable diseases, maternal and perinatal conditions, nutritional deficiencies than women in other regions of the world. Globally, there are more than 468 million women between the ages of 15 and 49, almost 30% of all women, that are thought to be anemic due to iron deficiencies. And most of these anemic women live in Africa. Some suggest upwards of 50%. Women have played and continue to play vital leadership roles in all of our work, stretching over 2 decades in partnerships in Tanzania and our partnership with the African Federation for Emergency Medicine, referred to as AFEM, to empower 2,000 health workers across Africa to address COVID. So in closing, I'd like to discuss the role of health in building a sustainable future. Good health is the foundation for everything we can achieve in life as individuals, as families, and as communities. That's why advancing health is the focus at Abbott and the major part of our 2030 sustainability plan, and why this plan is relevant to the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals in so many ways. Our efforts clearly focus on 2 of the 17 United Nations SDGs. Goal 2, zero hunger, and obviously Goal 3, good health and well-being. And health underpins many of the other SDG goals as well, which extends the impact of Abbott's work and the work of our partners and ministries of health around the world and in Rwanda. To the challenges such as ending poverty, reducing inequalities, advancing decent work, and bringing economic growth, among many other things. The SGB model that we've developed is a great example of our sustainability plan in action. And it is a shared value blueprint for public and private engagement that others can follow to drive sustainable outcomes. We did a lot of things to ensure the long-term stability of these operations, from training on business skills to helping the Ministry of Health and supporting them in building out national accreditation standards, to facilitating discussions around the harmonization of health post design and construction and service offering. We're even lending our expertise in financial modeling to help the Rwandan government understand its various capital requirements and identify potential funders to help with scale up. This approach is fundamentally different, in our opinion, from short-term philanthropy or more transactional commercial public-private agreements. Shared value is at the core of this health post model and is a perfect reflection for us of our stated business purpose to help people live fully through technology and access to care. For us, shared value is a strategic lever within our sustainability plan, which enables us to grow our business while addressing pressing health needs and foster greater resilience, while contributing to the longer-term community economic development, especially for women. So thank you for allowing me to share some thoughts today. Enjoy the rest of the day. It's been a pleasure joining you, and signing off here from Chicago. And with the cats in the background, that was Renzel. He's a night owl just like me. Back to you.
Thank you to Miss Monica. I was going to talk about Chicago a bit, but she's off my screen. My best friend lives there, favorite city, so great place. What I loved about what she focused on was around health, and that really being the center for everything else that we're talking about. Over the past couple of years, especially if you view from investments and external stuff, it's been the rise of fintech and our data and all these things. But really, health tech, when you talk about addressable market, it is all 1.3 billion people, right? It is at every stage of our life. And how do you push for equality in health, and how that would really start changing, again, this struggle, this push, et cetera, towards equality. So how influential it is building infrastructure systems around health that would be able to get us to this more sustainable future that we're looking to go to. So do you want to add anything?
There isn't much I can say, but she said something that was very powerful. Good health is a foundation to anything. So let's use the shared value model in our businesses to support the communities we're doing business in, and to just apply shared value models in everything that we're doing. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. So next, maybe you guys are getting a little tired. That might be it. That might, y'all might be getting a little tired. But
Yes.
Professor Cornée Davis, now she's gonna have you energy, okay? Like the energy that y'all are
Yes.
about to get in this next panel. So Professor Davis is a senior lecturer in strategic communication, University of Johannesburg. She specializes in social systems theory and second-order cybernetics in her doctoral study. She facilitates and develops undergraduate and postgraduate modules in strategic communication. All of that to say you're about to learn a lot. She's an expert, and I'm really excited about the session. So thank you. Welcome, Professor Davis.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This is a remarkable opportunity for us. I usually start my lectures for first-year students by saying, you know what, gender equality hasn't been achieved anywhere in the world. So we're going to start in this class, and if you're male, we have to deduct 10% of your marks automatically. We've got to start somewhere to achieve this. Needless to say, the problem was now that they don't write their names on the papers, which makes it more difficult for me to mark, because now I've got to look up their names. But anyway, on a more serious note, we are very excited about the work we've been doing with Shared Value Africa Initiative. We've been involved in a research project over the past few months. It's the first of its kind. We have been engaging the private sector. So far, we have had conversations with CEOs, directors, MDs of 75 companies. And it's been a really educational experience. We're very excited about the report we're going to be publishing. And it's also been the first time that academics have really engaged the private sector on the issue of gender-based violence. As you know, previously, it's been published by World Health Organizations and Medical Research Council, and it's now a first, and that's what made me so excited when I met Tiki. I discovered her, and it was like a match made in heaven for me, because she's as passionate as I am about the cause. So, yes, we are making great progress, and that's why it's very exciting for me to drive this session and to welcome some of the leaders in the private sector organizations who will be partnering with us in this conversation. So I want to introduce you to our panelists, and I'm going to start. Are they available online yet? Our first panelist is Taki Nechitenze from Vodacom. Taki is the Chief Officer and Executive Director of External Affairs for Vodacom South Africa and the Chairperson for the Vodacom Foundation. She's passionate about corporate social responsibility, which gets her to participate as a panelist in various platforms such as United Nations. So very welcome, Taki. Can you tell us from where you are at Vodacom, your position on the gender equality conversation we're going to have, and what Vodacom is doing to address gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa?
Good morning, Tiki and Professor Cornée. Thank you for the partnership and your wonderful work. I always say context is important. I cannot talk about what Vodacom does without talking about the society in which we exist and the same society that we serve. So 65 years ago, and I'm sure you're going to have this in your report, Professor Cornée, South African women from different backgrounds marched to the union buildings, which is the seat of government, in protest against abuse. At the time, it was abusive past laws which prohibited non-whites or black people from entering certain areas without proof of identity. In my student years, I marched against gender, racial, and social oppression, but still nothing has changed. In the past 3 years, we are seeing women intensifying protests joined by men against gender discrimination and abuse with movements such as #MeToo. So this is not just a South African issue, but a global phenomenon. Although gender-based violence is more pronounced in South Africa, and again, I'm sure you are getting these statistics and reports as you're interviewing the various executives. During COVID-19, UN Women reported that gender-based violence escalated to unprecedented levels in most parts of the world for several reasons. We can attest to that in South Africa through the work that we do as the Vodacom Foundation. So the question is, when is this going to end? Now, because we exist in a patriarchal society, the struggles of women do not end in the streets or at home. They are also imported into the work environment, unfortunately. When we examine our workplace relations as Vodacom, we look into diversity, equity, and inclusion. And these are topical issues across the world. In South Africa, what is interesting and encouraging is that equality is encapsulated in the Bill of Rights, in the Constitution. However, in reality, South Africa has some of the highest levels of gender-based violence and femicide in the world. So how do we address this situation? Firstly, it should start with eradicating societal stereotypes. Prevention is key. We must eradicate the societal stereotypes that promote negative gender constructs on how men and women should behave, starting with girls and boys at home. And I believe that parents should take the lead to turn the culture around, followed by caregivers and teachers in the schools, because boys and girls that do not conform to the set gender constructs are ostracized. And as a result, you find that the LGBTIQA plus community, for instance, they struggle with who they are. In the workplace, especially in the private sector, women are underrepresented, and even worse so in the technical and finance fields. Black women face an even uphill to prove themselves to be worthy of executive positions. The few women, whether black or white, that are in executive positions feel lonely. It can be very lonely up there, and they feel alienated. And as a result, they do not serve as much inspiration to the younger women, because the younger women ask themselves, why should I be in that senior position if I am going to be unhappy and lonely?
Thank
so
you,
how do we
Taki.
turn this?
Thank you, Taki. I'm going to
tide
just
around?
stop you there for now, that I just introduce the other speaker, then we can continue with that line. Our next speaker we're going to introduce on our panel is Mr. William Price from Enel. He's the CEO, country manager of Enel Green Power. Since July 2016, William's career in the power industry is consolidated by his involvement and experience in all aspects of the project cycle, and he's passionate about people development and innovation. And we are very happy to welcome you. Welcome, William. Lovely to see you. Yeah, of course. William, tell us, in this male-dominated industry that you're in, the challenges you've been facing. You know, a couple of years ago, you've been at the forefront of controversy with the sexual harassment and the issues you had to deal with as a leader. And tell us, how do you at Enel, how have you experienced this dealing with the issue of gender equality and issues such as harassment? How does that change the way you approach your business?
Hello, can you hear me okay? Yeah, there you go. So first of all, thank you for having me at this conference. I think it's a very important subject. And it's a little bit about Enel, because you know, who's this company? That's you know, Enel's an IPP, independent power producer. Our key business is, as I like to call it, is we sell green electrons. So we produce electrical energy. So this is important, not just in South Africa, as we're energy shortage and these blackouts or load shedding. But to make a more of a point, when you think of electrical energy production, is this something you think of a female-dominated industry? No, it's not. So, but with Enel, I'm proud to represent that our main, we have 182 employees. Out of 182, we have 83 or 83 of our employees are women. Our senior management, these are executive level management within our company. We have a staff of 17, and 60% of those are women. In an industry that is traditionally in the average of 21% female, and even 8% even lower in some positions, like in the sites, that it's much more male dominated. So the answer, you asked me a question, what have I learned? I've been the country manager and CEO in South Africa for 5.5 years. My background is I'm a heavy engineer, so I'm very engineering oriented. And when I came here, understanding the aspects of gender-based violence and how a company can take this on, and what can we do differently. And I think the first thing you need to do, at least in my view, is surround yourself with women, because you get a completely different perspective. Because as a male, you look at things from your set of eyes. You don't realize that some of the things that you do, or say a gesture or whatever, how inappropriate that is. So if you surround yourself by women and you have a staff, you learn and you get a completely different perspective. So it starts from there, and then recognizing that it is a difficult issue. It's a challenging issue when you think of gender-based violence. It's not always just a violent act, or you think about harassment. It's not just it's not something that it is a violence. It certainly can be, but it's what is appropriate at the workplace, and to have key discussions with all staff of what's appropriate, both genders. And I think my last point, because I know you probably want to have other questions, is when we have a discussion on our staff, that there's a key point that we like to talk about, and this is what we call is a safe workplace. So when you come to work, you shouldn't be afraid.
Yes.
When you come to work, you should feel you're safe. You're safe. You're not going to be persecuted for your gender, your religion, secular orientation. You should be able to come to work. We're hiring professionals. We treat people professionally. We're asked they're there to do a professional job. And what is the appropriate interactions between these professionals? So you should feel safe. If you have a situation, sometimes it's not always at work. It could be at home. But you should be able to come to work and be able to express or have managers or human resources, we call it P&O department, where you can have a discussion. We have counselors that they can contact, because if you need to be able to come to work, and if the home life is bad, you need to be able to come to work and feel safe and feel that it's okay to say, I have a problem.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So now we're going to have our third panelist, who we introduce you to, who is also online from Rwanda, named Jean-François Movlik. She's a remarkable lady who has achieved a master's degree at university in Switzerland, Neuchâtel. She became one of the few female leading a construction company in Rwanda. And she's managing new and existing projects, developing to their full potential. And she's also the chairperson of Rwanda Chamber of Women Entrepreneurs. So we are welcoming Jean-François Movlik. Hello, so lovely to see you. Tell us, we are very excited. I was very excited to read about you because of the advancements you've made in Rwanda with regards to equality, that you are at the forefront. So it's very exciting to hear about the work that you've been doing, and we'd like to know more. Tell us about the challenges you faced and how you managed to achieve this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Kone. It's a real pleasure for me and an honor to be on this panel today. Allow me to start with a quote from His Excellency, the President of our country, that I will use to ground my intervention. In a conference in 2019, His Excellency rightly stated that women and men are equal in terms of ability and dignity, and they should also be equal in terms of accessing opportunities. As Rwandans, as a global community, we need every member of our society to use his or her talents to the fullest if we are ever to reach our development goals. Suffice to say, therefore, that there is a national appreciation beginning with the top leadership of our country. To reach the development goals, it cannot do so without the full participation of all members of our society. It has been challenging since 1994, after the genocide against the Tutsi, but the involvement and the commitment of our leadership has made it possible. The links between the gender equality and effective and sustainable development of Rwanda are clear, whereas achieving gender equality and women empowerment is an important goal, and it is evident that there are benefits to be accrued from it. The evidence is clearly extended to the gender promotion as a cross-cutting pillar of Rwanda's national planning frameworks. Both our Vision 2050 and its predecessor Vision 2020 highlight gender and family promotion as one of the cross-cutting areas.
Absolutely
Within
amazing.
this framework.
Thank you, thank you. We're going to continue with that conversation. I would like to introduce our last panelist, Sibongile Mthembu, from our Presidency's office. Sibongile is an activist, been known for her work fighting against gender-based violence and femicide. She is the secretariat at various committees, and she is currently in the Presidency's office supporting his work in terms of working with gender-based violence and femicide. Very welcome to you. Please tell us about where we are at with the National Strategic Plan and where are we progressing to with our council that needs to be established and all the work that we need to get done in our government side.
Good afternoon to you, Prof. Krone.
Yeah.
I'm used to calling you Krone from our teams.
Yeah, we've got no titles in our teams.
I sit with Krone in a number of groups where we're trying to implement this NSP. Where we're at now, in 2018, I think South Africa saw a change in how women wanted to be treated by having them protest and go to the presidency and give him demands, which were 24, to say, we are tired of dying, we are tired of being abused, we want change. And the subject today is also about the very, some of the items that they were addressing in that meeting. And then a committee was formed that drafted the NSP in GBV. We've been trying to implement that in the absentia of the council that was supposed to sit and be a legislated structure, because women have been saying these structures get created, but they do not deliver. Now we're going to take it in our own hands. We want a structure that is legislated, that doesn't depend on the new administration who's coming in, who decides that this structure is not relevant. So the structure will be legislated. We're busy with the bill now. It has been out. The Parliament is consulting on it. Hopefully by next year we'll have the council sitting. What is happening in the meantime since the launch of the strategy? There is a structure called the NSP Collaborative, which is a voluntary structure with different sectors that are sitting there, including yourself and me. I do not participate as presidency. I participate as a person who would like to see change. And as yourself, you know that we're trying to make changes that are visible, that are monitored, and that can be evaluated. Thank you very much, Connie.
Thank you so much for that introduction. So I was reading the latest PricewaterhouseCoopers report for 2021, looking at how are we faring in South Africa with regards to the gender equality. And the report shows worldwide ranking, we're number 18. Although on economic participation and opportunity, we are down from 79 to 92 down the ranks. Educational attainment from 42 to 69. Health and survival 59 to, that was up 37, that was progress. But political empowerment down from 8th to 14. So there's a bit of a slowdown in terms of this gender equality that we're trying to achieve. So we want to ask our panelists, what do you think is the obstacle? Why is it so difficult for us to get to the point where we are achieving this equality? And what can be done by our leaders, such as yourselves, to accelerate this? I'm going to start with Taki to continue. She was in the middle of discussing what her views were. So Taki, can you continue and tell us more about what do you think we can do to accelerate this equality?
Yes, so we engage with partners. One of the partners is the Gender Equality Commission that commended us for our developmental policies on gender diversity, but they observed, Kone, that we still refer to he and him, and they cautioned us against that. They proposed that we should use he or she in our policies, but where we are now, we realize that we're even overtaken by events because non-binary pronouns are the way to go. They also commended us for recognizing that societal and organizational culture needs to change in order to ensure that there is diversity. So some of the things that we are doing as Vodacom in response to that conversation with a partner is that it should start with acknowledging that there is inequality and toxic masculinity that makes men to thrive, and organizations must be open about it. Secondly, leadership should come up with policies that foster diversity, equity, and inclusion. And whilst it is important, Kone, to nurture both boys and girls in society and men and women in the workplace, a gendered approach is also required to uplift women who have been socialized to be an inferior sex. And then also policies should be followed with action through targets that bind executives to gender diversity, and not forget people with disability and the LGBTIQA+ community. So in Vodacom, we have now linked long-term incentives of all executives to gender diversity, financial inclusion, and environmental targets. We also believe that our training, especially on unconscious bias, should be prioritized. And there should be forums that are established where both men and women and other vulnerable groups can share their experiences. And we find that when you allow men to speak out about their experiences and you understand their perspectives on how they have been socialized, it is important for them to then be part of this movement to deal with issues of gender diversity. And then we also need safe spaces to be created for all vulnerable groups and men to express their fears and anxiety about change. And lastly, any behavior that falls short of diversity, equity, and inclusion values should be called out, and good behavior should be rewarded. And we see that when we start implementing these principles, there is more openness and reflection, but we recognize that it is a journey, Kone.
And I also enjoy your passion, Taki. It's great to hear you speak and to see that commitment and that passion that's driving you. And I would like to talk to you, William. What do you think can be done to accelerate this process? Because it's commendable that we have leaders like yourself willing to engage and to have the conversation. So what would you suggest can be done to speed up this process of women empowerment?
Well, thank you. The first is just was representative is to acknowledge it, to acknowledge it exists. Some people, or I'd say even as a male, it's like, that doesn't exist, or that's not true. But it is true.
Yeah.
Because you look at and then how, and then you got to ask yourself, why does it happen? You know, why do we have these inequities? And then really pull the onion pieces, off and say, okay, really get into why this occurred. And learn. For me, and I'll give you a good example, just from my own perspective, of course, I'm a male sitting in front of you, and so one of the key things that I thought about, especially as I grew more around is with having a larger female staff, is how do you manage with when women have children, when they go into maternity? So we have a maternity leave policy. So the question is, well, geez, that's destructive. Having a woman in a key position and then she goes on maternity leave, that's destructive. But take it on, and my experience is really it's not.
Yeah.
Because but you don't know that. So we have numerous women in our staff. I'm actually I like it now. At the time I thought it was going to be really disruptive, and it's really not. We have a 4-month maternity leave policy. Usually the moms expecting usually go earlier too, depending on the situation with having children. And you think, okay, that's going to be disruptive in your organization. It's not. And these professional women who are there doing professional work, they love their careers, but they want to be moms too. So understanding what that's about in this, you think, okay, it's going to be disruptive. And my experience is not. And I actually said I like it because I've been a professional grandpa to many children now. And so getting past that type of stereotype, just with that view. The other is to take on men's view of how they see things and lead by example, and have key leaders to say that's not appropriate, that's not okay. This is a professional work environment. What I like to tell my staff is, our staff, and I tell them a lot, is when you're dealing with your work, these are not. Deal with them is that they're your brothers, sisters, moms, dads, family, and that some of these environments, some of these situations that can occur in the workplace, it's not a place of flirting or whatever. This is a professional work environment. So teach, train, and again, I think. To not repeat, but just to the last point is just surround yourself with professional women and the women that you're surrounding yourself with. It's not it's key positions, not just positions of key positions. We have like site managers, project managers, leads of department, just key positions, because you'll get a completely different perspective and you'll grow so much better because you're a more diverse organization.
Absolutely, and I also think COVID has taught us a lot of things, I must say, if we look at how we used to do things and how we do things now, that we are aware that we can do many things online and from home. So I think that's also been empowering for women and to fulfill multiple roles we've learned from the experience. Jean-Francois, we'd like to hear from you. What is your idea about how this woman empowerment can be accelerated, since you're so successful at it in Rwanda?
Yes, allow me to share our experience on when I was talking about the pillar of the Rwanda's national planning frameworks, where we find the gender promotion. It's not only in the planning, but it's also budgeted. When we talk about action to lead to the gender equality, there is action going with, and those action needs budget to be implemented. And the budget is planned from the national level to the village level. This allows different option to raise the gender equality. Also, on the gender-based violence legislation introduced in Rwanda, there is also a center that has been set at each level of the cell, or at the cell level, to allow the women to have access to advices, but also the legal support that they need to get their rights. This has helped a lot in terms of women knowing their rights and being able to defend themselves, and also to get the support needed to be empowered. Also, when we talk about having women in the leadership, this has also been purposely highlighted by the leadership in Rwanda, where we find that women's right provides a minimum of 30% quota for women in all decision-making organs. At the sector, gender mainstreamed on the strategic level, and key laws are implemented. This has allowed the possibility to have 42% of cabinet positions occupied by women, 32% seats of the Senate occupied by women, 50% of judgeships, and 43.5% of city and district council sectors seats occupied by women.
That is truly remarkable. That is truly remarkable. I'm going to just ask Sibs next. In terms of just this topic of accelerating, of speeding things up, in terms of, because you know the way it's going, that says in this PricewaterhouseCoopers report, at the rate things are going at the moment, it's going to take another 267.6 years until we achieve gender equality, and that's just not an option. So something's got to happen to speed up this process.
Yeah, thank you, Corne. We've got development goals around us that says differently. And I'll just remind us, in our country, our president has been preaching coordination and collaboration. If all hands are not on deck, we are not going to achieve this. Firstly, the most important one, we cannot achieve gender inequality if we do not address inequalities within countries. Taki said, let's put things into context. Our contexts are different, and we need to address it. South Africa, we've got a unique one where we're coming from apartheid, where people are not equal. If you do not start with making men understand that they have reached that equality, stop being infantilized like they've been infantilized before, we are not moving. The second one is Williams touched on technology. Yes, technology is fine and good for people who can afford it. It takes us back to inequality. A number of people are left behind because we are sitting here. They cannot afford to be here. How do you take those people along? We had a project that, technology failing us again.
Technology, yes. Perfect timing, yes.
Should I try and project? Oh, they can still hear me. Oh, okay. Thank you. So as much as we would like to run with things and get things done to reach this gender equality, but we're leaving a lot of women, a lot of children, a lot of youth behind that are not catching up. And we will reach a stage where we now need to start playing catch up. And it's not fair. We need to do it correctly the first time. We've got the constitution that is protecting us in South Africa, but are we implementing? We are said to be one of those countries with great policies, but we fail in implementation. And one of the reasons why we're failing in implementation is because we think government has to do it. Private sector as well, it says government has a responsibility. It is not my responsibility as an organization. But within an organization, there are rules that you need to stick to that are linking you to this constitution. And are you practicing that? Sexual harassment policies within companies, are they in place? Are you applying them? You know, little things like that. If we miss that and not put all our hands on deck, that's why we're failing. Corne, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Yes. While we are dealing with this topic and we're busy with this research, it's key for us to engage with leaders, because as a society, as stakeholders in the issue of gender-based violence and femicide, there is a role for all of us to play to change this picture. It's not just about what we're doing in business and how we're adapting our policies, but also about how we are educating our society. I was in a panel recently, and we were addressing this issue of the 936 young girls, 10-year-old girls who gave birth to babies. What it tells us about our society and about the education that needs to take place, because we see the outcomes of inequalities and inequalities in access to services and support, like SIPS is referring to, that there are consequences, and that if we are going to make a change as South Africans, that we all need to play a part, that we cannot say that it's government responsibility or health services responsibility. It's all of our responsibility to bring about this change. And we all have a role to play, and that's why it's been an exciting process of participating in bodies such as the National Strategic Plan, where we can serve and we can give our time and we can make a contribution, because it's crucial for us to do so. Referring again to this PricewaterhouseCoopers report on South Africa, certain suggestions have been made. And I'm going to mention them to you, my panelists, and then you can tell me what your thoughts are about these suggestions. They said to achieve this equality and to accelerate the diversity, companies could be mobilizing a steering committee aimed at diversity and inclusion, enhance communication plans, enhanced transparency, succession planning, mentoring and sponsorship programs, and skills development. These were from the professionals what were suggested. And I want to know what your thoughts are on these suggestions. And I'm going to open it up to you, my panelists. So whoever of you want to speak to this, please take the floor.
We've been named as one of those countries who are producing a lot of certificated professionals that are not apprentices, and it's one of the areas where we're failing as a country. I remember growing up, there were so many factories where women were making clothes, producing. We are now just consumers. We've stopped being producers. And we have left a lot of, like I said, teenagers behind, including those 23,000 that were pregnant in this past year. And how do we bring them back and work with them? I think for me, that's the challenge. You know, yes, the study is telling us what we're doing wrong, but are we investigating what was working before? Because at one time, we had thought our problems were political. Our problems were inequalities just between the races, but we said some of the things were going right. What has gone wrong? What worked before? You know, I said in rural areas, men had gone to mines, women were left alone, and women were food producers. What has happened? Are we able to revive those areas where we're doing so well that can take us forward as a country? So I'll stop there and hand over to William.
Ah, nice pass. I think the list is very good. I think all those things are depending on how you implement them, whether you just go through the motions and just say, look, I'm going to do this program. Mentoring program is not always women to women. It's male to women and women to male. So to adopt a gender-neutral mentoring. It's also a succession plan. This is an important aspect, I agree. Training and skills development, although especially from a technical background or a technical company such as Enel, these are quite necessary because the things that we're doing is somewhat unique, and teaching people the skills necessary are great. I think what's missing in that list, if you will, is the responsibility we have as companies if you do business outside of the, if you have a core office. So such IPPs were building projects in communities, and how this is where shared value comes in, and how you take your shared valued approach. You get involvement with the communities, create the community steering committees, but also recognizing how you get involved with education there. Have a preferential procurement program. What that means, a preferential procurement program is you design it such that you give a preference to women-owned entrepreneurs. This is, you have to be careful with this because sometimes, you know, the front person will be a woman, but it's really not, because people will learn, hey, you know, Anel's giving preferential procurement. So you have to vet it correctly and you have to run it correctly, but that creates opportunities for women. Get in, have a program for getting women to schools. We've done something like that where you're introducing, we've done field trips where we've taken a large group of young ladies that are going through, they're not really students, they're learners in the matric, something in high school in my country, and you get them, you introduce them to college and say, look, this is the future for you. And some of these young women have never even been out of the communities. So giving them the opportunity and say, look, this is if you study, this is your future. So get them exposure to things outside the community and say, this is not the norm. So you take more of an active responsibility within the community, especially in regards to women. I think we could do much more than that.
I like what you're saying. I also was in conversation with one of our fabulous women leaders in the audience yesterday, and she was saying that it's very important that private sector companies actually have a strategy. There must be a woman empowerment strategy to follow, that there are very specific deliverables, measurables, that we can see that we're making that progress. And that's what I also liked about what Taki was saying, because you could see that there's a plan behind it. There are things being put into place actively, and that's encouraging, that we need to almost learn from each other how to go about to achieve this, so that we can see this accelerated growth, that we can achieve these outcomes faster. And I like what William said in terms of enabling education. I told you that I was doing these conversations with CEOs and directors, and what's been interesting is to share the knowledge that education is also a part of what leadership in the private sector can drive. We know that people in general who are not gender-based violence activists don't necessarily have the statistics. They don't necessarily know what the numbers are, but it is easy enough to find out and to share with employees in the organization, to say, but it's 1 out of 3 women everywhere, not only in Diepsloot, also in Sandton. I've played the video clip of the recordings that's been done on the TS Foundation, Help With Your Fingertips line, that show how the gender-based violence distress calls coming from every suburb in Gauteng. I was just zoned in Gauteng. And some of the highest call volumes came from Sandton. That we get that understanding that education is key as leaders in the private sector, and to acknowledge the prevalence of the problem that exists, so that we can see that we can, if we want to achieve gender equality, that we need to understand that inequality is a key driver of gender-based violence, which is a critical problem in South Africa, with 5 times the global average statistics. So I want to ask, just again to return to Taki, what you would add to say in terms of this list, what recommended that companies do. What would you add, Taki?
Yes, coincidentally, we do all those things in Vodacom that are listed there. So I'm very impressed that we're on the right track, but we still have a leaking pipeline. And that's why culture change is important. So it must be added in that list. That is why today our main focus is to inculcate behaviors that would create an inclusive culture. Because all the habits take time to die. And as society evolves, we learn new things about ourselves. The good thing is that the younger generation, especially in developed countries and in well-serviced areas, including in South Africa, they're not prepared to take nonsense anymore. They are challenging the status quo, but in developing countries and under-serviced areas, the oppression continues unabated, and therefore we need to apply equity. That's another issue, to uplift women and girls from under-serviced areas, because these are the girls in quintile 1 to 3 schools that are exploited, falling pregnant and dropping out of school. And lastly, at a personal level, one should be curious and recognize that we are diverse and be open to learning. I learn a lot from the people around me. Angela, my gender specialist, I call her a feminist, and Eleni, who chairs the Women's Network Forum. And I also learn from movies. You will find this very interesting. I watched the series Pose. If you have not watched it, please watch it on Netflix, about the struggles of Black trans people in the US in the 80s. And it highlights the intersection between gender, sexual orientation, class, and disease. After the series, I felt like I was part of the storyline. And today, I understand the LGBTIQA+ community better. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, that is amazing. Doug, you see why I get so excited speaking to these wonderful panelists? I learn things all the time. It's wonderful. We are just about ready to start wrapping up, and I want to close our session by asking a key message to the private sector and to other leaders that you would want to leave us with today, to go forward and to make sure that we accelerate change and that we drive the gender equality and women empowerment. I want to hear a key message. I'm going to start with Jean-Francois. Can you please give us your key message to leave us with today?
My key message today is to really think about the private sector as a major player on the gender equality issue, and that we must consider it as not only as a traditional corporate social responsibility, as most of the companies consider it, but we have to combine profits and gender progress. And this is possible when we work in collaboration with our national programs in terms of empowering women in professional and technical roles and providing them with different professional and technical tools and skills to enable them to be part of the construction of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so great to share this space with you today. We're very grateful for you for participating. I now want to just ask William, what message are you leaving us with today as a leader?
Whatever you do, whatever you think you are, don't ever get too smug. It always can be better. You create programs and you think you're going the right track, and not always so much. I think share your experiences. There's a lot of things that we've done as a company and other companies to address. Some have worked, some haven't. So share your experiences, successes, share your failures, where we implemented certain plans and they didn't work out as we thought. I would say look in the mirror and say, look, it does exist, and you have to make change. And have clear procedures and policies adopted within the private sector. Take that responsibility within your organizations. Lead by example, and you know, I guess I'm here at this conference, so to try to spread the message as much as possible. So
It says it all.
Yeah.
It says it all. I want to end with SIPS. So before I end with SIPS, and I'm going to end SIPS with a reason, I just want the one last word from Taki, your last message to our lovely audience before we end with SIPS.
Yes, I have a new mantra now, which is borrowed from President Mbeki's statement some years ago. Private sector cannot be an island of prosperity in a sea of poverty and destruction. We have massive human, technological, and financial resources. Let us mobilize them and utilize them optimally and not alone, but with partners to address societal ills.
Thank you. Thank you, Taki. Thank you. And thank you so much for your time. Now we're going to end with SIPS. SIPS is going to leave us also with her message, her minute, but she has a very special announcement to make that we all are dying to hear in terms of the progress that is being made from the government side and what is happening in our country. So SIPS, I want to hand over to you to share the exciting news you have and what you have to share with us. I believe you were going to take the podium.
Can I just have my closing statement for this, then I'll move there to the podium. For me, I'll just wear my activist hat and I'll say I'm hoping business will bring measurable change. We've seen in the polls that people are tired because there is no change in the needle, there's no shift in the needle, and communication as well. You know, a lot of work is being done, but it's not communicated out there. And people want information. They need companies to communicate, not just within the levels of their organization, but till your cleaner. Your cleaner needs to understand what policies are there, how are they implemented, who do I complain to, and how do I get this addressed if I have a complaint. Thank you very much, Tiki.
Thank you very much. Well, that closes our session. I thank the audience and I thank my panelists, and we are going to hand the stage to SIPS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity, Tiki and your organization, just to make the quick announcement and the plea that is coming from our office. We've been trying to address gender-based violence, not just in the country, but in the region and globally. And in the President's office, I'm also responsible for supporting his priorities in the region when it comes to violence against women and girls. As it is said, they don't use the term GBV there. We've been approached in 2019 when our president was chair of the AU by a forum called AULIN, which is an African Women in Leadership network. They wrote a letter to the president asking him to get together men in a room and decide once and for all, what do they want to do when it comes to eradicating violence against women and girls. But they didn't just want ordinary men to sit around the tables. They wanted leaders. They wanted heads of states to participate in that conversation. With COVID, our president couldn't have the conference, and it was moved over to the incoming chair, who was the head of state in DRC. We've been trying to set up this conference, which is a men's conference. They've set up a date for the 25th. It will happen in DRC. The conversation is still addressing masculinity and to promote positive masculinity. We needed to do consultations with different sectors that would lead to agreements or commitments that would be made by different sectors. Today, fortunately for us, we are having this platform and we've got private sector sitting around. There is a consultation on the 18th that is targeting private sector from the region, not just from South Africa. And we will be leading as South Africa in the conversation. We are asking people who would like to participate in that consultation that would input in the men's conference on the 25th of November with the heads of states. The heads of states will be making commitments that they will take forward, but these commitments need to be implementable and they need to be measurable. We are asking the same from the private sector. If you can make commitments during that consultation on the 18th, which will be a virtual platform, to come up, have a discussion which would take an hour and a half, come up with your own commitments, and one representative will represent the private sector and go to DRC to also partake and make sure that you push the heads of states to also commit and implement those commitments. Thank you very much, Tiki, for the opportunity. Bye. Thank you, Mama.
Wow, I'm inspired, I'm learning. I'm a good student today.
Yeah, there was a lot from that session. We have a ton of notes. I'm going to try to recap a bit from Professor Cornet's chat with her panel. So the first step, again, was even just first acknowledging that gender inequality exists, right? I think everyone has said here, we've seen all the data, we know it exists, what else do we start doing? We need every single person to be a part of it, so that's participation of the entire community to be able to reach sustainability related to that. Now, when you start coming into whether it's companies or governments, how do you now create policies that are going to be put into place to be able to promote equality? So it's not enough to just say, again, oh, we want to hire more women, we want to do all these things. How, again, can you create policies? Can you put things that are actually actionable in place, right, to be able to make this happen? And so we started talking about what some of this action looks like. From Enel, they talked about creating a preferential procurement plan or program, and how that's an actual actionable step to be able to say, we want to kind of make all of these things happen. Companies that say we're going to have a minimum X number of roles or minimum X number of board members, those are actual actionable things beyond just acknowledging that this is there. So a key thing, again, what we're trying to do in conferences like this is, how do we start changing your mindset? How do we start getting you to go from just, okay, I accept and I acknowledge, to say what's something that you're going to commit to, that you're going to be able to kind of help shift that. Because shifting that mindset, making that progress, in inequality and being able to shift that is key to be able to help, reduce gender-based violence, right? So inequality is a key driver for that. So how do we continue to go, again, from this private sector perspective, from our governments, et cetera, to be able to make actionable changes? So I really want to thank the panel for that.
Thank you, Nicole. Partner in crime. Gender-based violence, it is a global pandemic, and it is affecting a lot of women and girls, and we need to take it serious. Those who are in power, let's learn from topics and conversations like this and go deeper within and start asking yourself whether you want to be part of change or want to remain the same. We're moving on to another discussion. I don't know if guys are ready for the discussion, or we can stretch. Nicole, what do you suggest?
I think we're introducing, our team globally, right? The Global Sister Networks for shared value in Hong Kong, Australia, and the US.
Okay, so we're talking, our next speakers are global views. They're talking about global views on gender equality. We call them the Global Sisters. That's Virginia Wilson, Bobby Sultan, and Sarah Down. They are all CEOs of Africa Shared Value Initiative from Hong Kong. Bobby, she's from USA. Virginia, she's from Hong Kong. And Sarah, she's from USA.
Sarah's Australia.
Oh, my thing is, yeah. So they're gonna go on the screen and give us a direction.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm Bobby Silton, Managing Director of the Shared Value Initiative. We're a global shared value platform headquartered out of the United States. One of the lists I eagerly await each year is the Fortune 500, as I'm not only curious about how the companies rank, but I'm interested in the number of Fortune 500 CEOs who are women. In 2021, we're at an all-time high for this 67-year-old list, with 41 women in the CEO seat, including 2 Black women. And for the first time, we have a woman leading a company in the Fortune top 5. Progress indeed, but we still have a ways to go. As we look at the pipeline to the top job, we see the underrepresentation of women grow as they move up the corporate ladder. And while there's been progress against this in the last 5 years, the gains have been small, and women still represent less than 25% of roles in corporate C-suites. There's a saying, you can't be what you can't see. Women and girls need to see more women in roles of leadership so they can imagine that future for themselves. According to a recent McKinsey study, women in the US enter the workforce in almost equal numbers to their male counterparts. But when they become managers, that's where the disparity begins, with only 86 women getting promoted for every 100 men. We need to commit to the development, support, and advancement of women, starting with the early stages of their careers, so that they not only make it to the first rung of management in numbers equal to men, but that their progression maintains equality throughout their careers.
Hello, I'm Virginia Wilson, CEO of Shared Value Initiative Hong Kong. I'm here to share our thoughts on gender equality in Hong Kong. Some facts. More women than men graduate from universities in Hong Kong. We have a female chief executive running the city and a number of many high-profile businesswomen. Yet, only 50.8% of women in Hong Kong work. Women only occupy 20% of management positions in Hong Kong, and only 13.8% of directorships of the Hang Seng-listed companies. All these figures lag behind other high-income economies. So what is going wrong for working women in Hong Kong? The labor force participation rate of unmarried females aged 25 to 54 is actually 91%. However, for women in the same age group with a child under 14, the figure drops to 56.6% and drops to 26.9% for mothers living in poverty. Hong Kong women are falling out of the workforce as mothers. Legal infrastructure and public services do not sufficiently support working mothers. And though family status discrimination is illegal, the Equal Opportunities Commission found that less than half the employers would hire a mother. Further, they found working mothers themselves appear reluctant to support family-friendly work policies. They fear the policies would reinforce the stereotype that mothers can't focus on a career. There has been some progress. Maternity leave has recently been raised from 10 weeks to 14 weeks at 80% pay. But we need so much more. We believe the corporate sector has the power to bring about a fundamental shift in advancing the gender equity in Hong Kong through creating meaningful roles in family-friendly work hours and programs to help mothers who have taken time off transition back into the workforce. Companies that can advance gender equity will access a new talent pool. In a market where talent resources are scarce, in doing so, they will gain a competitive advantage and create shared value.
Hello from Melbourne, Australia. I'm Sarah Downey, CEO of the Shared Value Project, Australia and New Zealand, and I'm pleased to join you to discuss the global issue of how we will achieve gender equality. But first, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of the land that I'm beaming in from you today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and future, and extend that respect to all First Nations people present today. Now, you would be forgiven for thinking Australia is further along in achieving true gender equality, but the stats unfortunately tell a different story. Still, in 2021, women spend twice as much time on unpaid work as men. And whilst we make up almost half the workforce, women make up less than a fifth of CEOs. Women earn, on average, 14.2% less than men and retire with almost half the retirement savings. And the most confronting statistic of all, 1 in 3 women is murdered by her current or former partner every week, with the pandemic exacerbating almost all of these issues. For a nation known as the lucky country, it's fair to say we could do a whole lot better in distributing opportunities, recognition, and access, and even safety between women and men. Of course, this is not only important for women, but for our wider society and the economy. We know that Australia's GDP would increase by 11% if we could close the gender pay gap. But to achieve it, we will need to rethink policies and practices across government, business, and community organisations. We'll need to consider how they can evolve to create an environment where women can live, work, and thrive in the same way as men. And that being said, I'd like to share just a few brief personal thoughts on how we might shift the dial in some fundamental ways. As the saying goes, you can't be what you can't see. And so having women in leadership roles is critical to showing the next generation what's possible. But to have more female leaders, our culture around childcare and other gendered expectations needs to significantly change. And if gender equality is to exist in my lifetime or even my daughter's lifetime, we need to make sure that it exists in the minds of young boys in the playground, at home, and as they become fathers. We need to think about the language we're using, the perceptions we're instilling, because creating this change can't rest with women. It needs to be supported, understood, and in fact driven by men. Not one of these single approaches will solve the issue alone, of course, but having the conversation, sharing ideas, the challenges, and a willingness to work together across the globe is an important part of the journey. And so I thank the Shared Value Africa initiative and your audience for having the conversation today and, of course, inviting me to be part of it. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I'd like to once again thank Ms. Bobby, Virginia, and Sarah for the speeches and thoughts that they gave. What I liked about us doing that was showing that Shared Value Africa is just one of many organizations, right, around this topic. So while we're here, focusing on our concept, which is about 3.5, years old and what the team has been building, there's other people doing this same work across the globe. So if we all achieve, what we're looking to do, we can kind of continue to contribute towards this larger thing. Next up, though, we are going to have Mark Kramer, who's been working on this concept forever and created this whole thing we're plugged into for the past 10 years. So now, before he comes on there, though, y'all a little too quiet, so I haven't been able to do this in 2 years, so everybody has to stand up for me. We're gonna just do like a little mini stretch, just a little anything. I know at home, get up too, get up in front of, because this panel deserves your energy, right? The founder of the concept deserves your energy. My fellow African Council of 8 members deserve your energy. So not too much, just shake it out. Shake out arms, shake out legs, shake out just a little bit. Bend, just bend, a little bit, okay. See, everybody feels better? That's a little bit better, it's good, a little better. Okay, so thank you, I appreciate all of you guys, just a little bit, thank you. So now I'm going to introduce Mr. Mark Kramer. He's one of the creators of Shared Value Business Management Concepts. He's a well-respected economist and Harvard lecturer. He's participated in the last 3 summits, and this is his 4th. He loves the African continent and has been a great supporter of the Shared Value Africa initiative. And, he's personally dedicated his entire life's purpose to influence and motivate business to create economic value for society and the environment. So basically everything we talk about, profit with purpose. So, Mr. Kramer is going to talk a bit, and then after that, some of my council of 8 members, Apechi, Simba, and Ala, they'll come up and have a whole discussion. So really just wanted to get you guys interested into that, but really excited to have you here, Mark. So look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much, and what a pleasure to be with you all. I remember the summits I was able to be there for in person, and the tremendous level of energy that one could feel in the room. So I congratulate all of you, and of course Tiki in particular, for what has already been built in Africa around this concept of shared value. It is 10 years almost to the day since this article on creating shared value was published in Harvard Business Review. And I have to say, some days it feels like a very long 10 years. Other days it feels very short. But it's been a journey for me. And frankly, it's been an unexpected journey. I started off working with Professor Michael Porter at Harvard on the concept of strategic philanthropy. Our idea was that if we could help charitable foundations and donors be more strategic about their giving, we could make more progress on solving social issues. And that's why when we started the nonprofit consultancy FSG, we started it named Foundation Strategy Group, because our original thought was to work with large charitable foundations. But as we began to do our work and began to study how social change really happens, we realized that companies, corporations, have much greater impact on social issues than charities do. In fact, if you think about the 100 largest economic entities in the world, 2/3 of them are companies rather than countries. And if we think about our daily lives, you think about the number of times you interact with a product or service or piece of advertising from a company, it's overwhelmingly more than we interact with nonprofit organizations or even government. The reality is companies shape our world and our lives. And if we want to solve the extraordinarily challenging and difficult problems we face as a world today, we need to engage companies in the process, not as philanthropists, not as corporate social responsibility that is simply reducing harm that a company might cause, but to really make them partners in shaping the solutions to the problems we face. Now, of course, philanthropy is important. We can't replace that, and it does a lot of good. But philanthropy tends to be very fragmented. People pick a particular organization to try and solve complex problems. But the reality is these are systemic issues that no single organization is going to be able to solve. And of course, government is absolutely essential to building a sustainable and fair and equitable society. But unfortunately, government in most parts of the world today is broken and is not really serving the interests of its citizens. So like it or not, I believe we are left with companies as the most promising agents of change for the almost overwhelming problems that we face today. And I have to say, as I think about the last 10 years, I'm both very optimistic and also quite frustrated, because there's a lot of good news, but there's also some bad news as well. When I think about the good news, it's clear that the world is moving toward this concept of creating shared value. People use different words to describe it. They don't always use shared value terminology. Sometimes they talk about inclusive capitalism or stakeholder capitalism, or they talk about B corporations or mutual benefit. There are many different terminologies out there, but all of them at the essence are about putting a social purpose at the core of a company's strategy and operations. And that is a truly positive thing. You know, when Professor Porter and I wrote this article 10 years ago, we said something that seemed a little crazy at the time. We said the best way to make money in the world today is by tackling the world's social problems and finding profitable solutions to them. Well, at the time we published that 10 years ago, the most valuable company in the world was Exxon. And Tesla was a struggling early stage company that had just gone public at $17 a share. Well, today, of course, Tesla is worth 20 times the value of Exxon. It has made Elon Musk the richest man in the world. And for better or worse, it has demonstrated the power of finding innovative solutions to our society's problems and how much economic opportunity lies in finding those solutions. And what is really remarkable to me when I think about Tesla is not just the company itself, but the industry-wide shift that it has made. Every major car company in the world has now committed to moving toward electric cars over the next 5 to 10 years. Tesla itself was started 18 years ago. So if I put those two numbers together, what we are seeing is a fundamental shift in the entire global automobile industry in the span of 30 to 35 years. That is actually extraordinary. And I do give Tesla the credit for having made that happen. That is tremendously optimistic. The problem, of course, is that every industry needs to go through a similar transition. And to be honest, I do not see it happening at scale yet in any other industry. You know, I've learned a number of things over the 10 years since we wrote that article. And one of the things I've learned is that there are really three categories of companies around creating shared value. There are those that are born with a sense of social purpose and mission, and Tesla indeed is one of those. There are those that are making products or services that are beneficial, but they haven't yet been intentional about this idea of creating shared value, and they need to find ways to change their strategy and operations to be more intentional. So, for example, I think of pharmaceutical companies. Their product is good for people, is good for the world, but at the moment, their focus is still on affluent countries and affluent customers. And it takes a real change in their business model to think about how to reach populations in Africa and in other parts of the world that don't have easy access to doctors and hospitals and pharmacies. But we've begun to see a number of pharmaceutical companies like Novartis beginning to make that shift and find new ways to make their medicines accessible to populations who haven't seen it before. And I consider those to be companies in transition to shared value. And then there's the third category, which is companies whose product or services we now know today are harmful to people or planet. Now, it's not because those companies are evil. The reality is when oil and gas companies started or coal-fired power utilities were first built, we did not know about climate change. The reality is that when companies that sell sugary beverages or food with a lot of salt and fat and sugar started, they didn't know about the social determinants of health and the health impacts of those ingredients. In industry by industry, I see companies operating on business models that were developed decades ago. In some cases, like banking or insurance, they were developed centuries ago. And those business models need to change today, just as fundamentally as the auto industry is changing. And those industries, I think of industries that have to transform themselves. So whether your company is a shared value company that was born with shared value, that is transitioning to more intentional shared value, or the hardest case that has to transform its business model to a new model rooted in creating shared value. Every company has an opportunity to create shared value. And as I say, there's a lot of reason to be optimistic. We see more and more companies moving in this direction. We see tremendous progress in how companies are reporting on their social impact. That used to be a real morass of undefined terminology. But today, companies are getting much more sophisticated in identifying which are the social and environmental impacts that are material to their business, and how can they communicate that in a meaningful way, not just to activists and NGOs, but to their shareholders. And how can they integrate it with their financial reports? How they can communicate to shareholders the way in which their social impact affects their economic performance. And I see tremendous progress on the part of the investment community itself. You know, last year in the US, 25% of all new funds that went into mutual funds went into ESG funds, funds that claim to focus on the environmental, social, and governance performance of the companies that they invest in. And that's a remarkable statistic. Just 5 or 6 years ago, that number would have been only 1%. So whether you're looking at companies, whether you're looking at NGOs finding ways to partner with companies, which I increasingly see examples of, whether you're looking at investors, we are seeing progress in how companies are thinking seriously about their social impact, not as something that is peripheral to their operations, not as something that is left to a small CSR department over on the side of the main operations, but recognizing that these issues are central to their operations and that they can make material change at scale on these issues in the regions where they operate. But I said that in addition to the good news, there's bad news as well. I serve on the board of a group called the World Benchmarking Alliance that was set up by the United Nations Foundation to track corporate performance and progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations have set. And the World Benchmarking Alliance is studying 2,000 leading companies around the world in different industries, including companies that are based in emerging markets, as well as those that are based in developed countries. What they're finding is deeply, deeply discouraging. Out of the 50 largest electric utilities in the world, one has committed to eliminating fossil fuels. 70% of them are actually on track to dramatically exceed their targets of carbon emissions. If I think about automobile companies, of the 30 largest automobile companies on this planet, only 5 have made any commitments whatsoever about reducing the climate impact of the gasoline and oil that they sell. And even those 5 are not actually on track to meet the targets they have stated. When I think about food and agriculture companies, out of the 350 largest food and agriculture companies in the world, only 12 have goals that are consistent with the Paris Agreement. And when I think about human rights, more than 90% of the companies that the World Benchmarking Alliance has studied would score a 2 or less on a scale of 1 to 10 when it comes to defending human rights in their operations. So the progress we've seen in the auto industry is not happening elsewhere. And as we listen to the news coming out of COP26 in Glasgow, we have to recognize that the urgency of the problem is far greater than the pace at which companies are moving. So for all the acceptance of the idea of creating shared value, we are not doing nearly enough. We are not moving fast enough. You know, I teach a course on purpose and profit at Harvard Business School, and I teach it to second-year MBAs. And I have to say, as I talk to MBAs, I find that they still believe that the purpose of a company is to maximize shareholder value. They still think that paying attention to the welfare of stakeholders is a distraction from maximizing profit. They don't get the connection between competitive advantage and social impact that is at the core of creating shared value. And I've come to see that the decision to create shared value is a choice. It's a choice that people can make. There are plenty of ways to make money in the world that are bad for people and bad for the planet. And there are a lot of people who've decided to pursue those paths regardless of the consequences. But what 10 years of work in creating shared value and studying examples all over the world has shown me is that there is another choice that is possible. And that is the choice to make money, to be successful by helping to solve the world's problems, by shifting business models to take into account not just the harm that companies cause, but the positive impact that they can create in the world. And industry by industry, we're seeing more examples of that. Insurance. I couldn't give a talk about shared value in Africa without talking about Discovery Insurance from South Africa that has found ways to use incentives to lead their customers to engage in healthier behaviors, exercise, eating healthier, getting regular checkups. And as a result, their customers get sick less often, recover more quickly, have a longer life expectancy. And that enables them to be a more profitable life and health insurance company. They have changed the whole model of insurance from merely spreading risk to the idea of actually reducing risk by creating incentives that lead people to engage in better behaviors that are better for them and better for the company. And industry by industry, I find examples. You know, in the utility industry, renewables are now more profitable than fossil fuel. And it's great to see companies like Enel that are really embracing and leading the way toward a future that is rooted in renewable energy. So there's a lot to be hopeful about, just as there is a lot to be discouraged by. But what I have to say is that I've come to recognize that this choice of whether to live a life pursuing success and profit and wealth by creating harm, or living a life pursuing those same things by doing good, is a very personal choice that each of us needs to make. And I think there is an urgency to this choice today. We need to look at what each of us is doing in our lives and make the decision about which choice we will make. And I'm tremendously optimistic about the future of Africa. Because Africa, I think, has the opportunity to leapfrog the developed world and move directly to a model of building shared value companies and industries, of looking out for the well-being of all stakeholders in a way that established industries in developed countries are finding it so hard to shift. There's no reason that companies that are emerging and starting in Africa today need to start with a harmful business model when we know what we know today, and they can start instead with a shared value business model. And I'm particularly hopeful when I look at the young entrepreneurs who are starting new businesses around the world, and in particular in Africa. They are finding innovative solutions that older generations would not have thought of to the world's problems. And they're finding ways to build businesses that address these problems. And I've increasingly seen that when a company is started with a sense of social purpose, it can grow rapidly and go to great places that other companies have not achieved. And so I know we are coming up to a panel with some of the youth and entrepreneurs that are launching these businesses in Africa today. And I'm eager to turn the conversation over to them and begin that panel discussion. So I want to thank you for letting me be with you today. Again, it is such a thrill to see shared value take hold on the Africa continent. And I look forward to joining the panel of youth that is coming up. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Kramer. I believe for most of us here, we are pro-choice as far as shared value is concerned. So we will hope to convert as African Council of 8 members to keep promoting and convert more useful people to implement shared value principles in their business. I am Afechi Awono from Ghana. I run JBW Limited, a private multi-industry business support services firm, operational in several jurisdictions across sub-Saharan Africa. We focus on energy, defense, and immigration solutions. I'm also a member of SVAI's Africa Council of 8, a group of thought leaders and trailblazers committed to promoting the principles of shared value in our various ecosystems. With me this afternoon are colleagues and co-council of 8 members, Ala Moatamed from Egypt and Simba Rashi Muruyi from Zimbabwe. I would like to start by asking simply, as someone active in the energy sector, the current shift to clean energy is of interest to me. Fossil fuel majors like Shell have begun divesting from HFO assets, preparing for an energy transition. Seeing as new generation projects are now being geared towards cleaner energy with lesser emissions and productive use, is it safe to say that large organizations are now making social impact part and parcel of their bottom line? Or from the study you had, will you conclude that it's just a charade to satisfy some sort of checklist? That was a question to you, Professor Kramer.
I'm sorry, I was just dealing with a technical issue. I apologize. If you don't mind, please repeat the question.
Sure, no problem. I was asking, we see that major fossil fuel companies like Shell have started divesting from HFO assets and preparing for some sort of shift towards clean energy. And I'm asking if you think that major organizations are making social impact part and parcel of their bottom line, or from your study, would you conclude that it is sort of a charade towards satisfying some sort of checklist?
I think I have to say for most companies in the oil and gas business, it is still a charade. I've been studying recently an interesting activist hedge fund in the United States that took on ExxonMobil and was able to elect 3 directors to their board over the objection of management. And the entire reason they wanted to put these directors on the board was to try and shift the direction that ExxonMobil is moving to actually address the climate change issues and move toward renewables. Even so, with 3 directors on the board, it's not clear that Exxon will make that shift. I think the oil and gas industry is perhaps the hardest industry to shift from the historical model to where we need to go. I think Shell, BP, others are making efforts, but they are still peripheral. And honestly, they're in a difficult spot because as oil prices rise, and they've risen a lot lately, there is money to be made in the old business model. And there are shareholders who expect that money to be made. One of the consequences of divestment movement is that the shareholders who are left in oil and gas companies are not concerned about climate change, because those who are concerned have actually divested of the shares. Right. And so it becomes even harder to move these companies forward. So I'm sorry to say, I do think that these are examples of companies that are resistant to moving and are not nearly changing the way they need to.
That is sad to hear, because oil and gas activities affect the society more than an environment, more than most other industries. All right, I will turn to my colleagues, Ala Mohamed. Ala has a very impressive background. Having started her first initiative at age 17, has been an active member of society since then, helping and empowering the youth to discover and learn new talents. Ala is a 2020 Anzisha Prize winner, as well as the bronze holder of the Duke of Edinburgh International Award. She is the co-founder of Taslama, a business development entity that works to maximize impact by empowering women via on-demand delivery services in other development communities in northern Egypt. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to have this discussion with you and have the opportunity to ask you questions. So as you were talking about the initiatives that young entrepreneurs are willing to have in the continent. And we need to have good numbers to have investment, but we built our company by shared value, by shared values mindset, and we need to move forward to make what we aimed for. So, as a startup, how can we track and measure the impact of sustainability activities on core business metrics to balance between having good numbers and building something we are passionate about and we want to benefit our society with?
So I think there's some tremendous work going on in how to measure social and environmental impact. And what's happened is we've moved from a model where, you know, the people who were most interested decades ago in measuring social impact were charities, NGOs, donors, foundations. And they had a very different approach than companies. And frankly, companies resisted the idea of having their social impact measured because they knew that in many cases, the results would be not good. But we are seeing real progress today. And there's a wonderful and interesting initiative called the Impact Weighted Accounts Initiative. And I encourage you to go online and look that up and study their work. What they're doing is monetizing social and environmental impacts. And they are looking at the environmental impact, they're looking at the employment impact, and they're looking at the impact of the product or service that the company makes. And they're actually able to look across thousands of companies and enable one to compare from company to company what kind of impact these companies are having, positive or negative, on each of these major issues. And you can actually look in an industry and see that one company is showing a profit, but if you actually take into account the social costs to society, they are at a tremendous loss. And another company in the same industry is actually not only generating a financial profit, but is generating benefits to society on top of that, that would increase their profitability if you counted those. And so we're beginning to get very sophisticated in how we measure social and environmental impact. The challenge that remains, I think, is to link impact with profitability. Because right now, even companies that are doing a sophisticated job of reporting on their social and financial impact are doing it separately from their financial reporting. And as a result, what I see far too many times is that the commitments that companies are making on their social and environmental side are absolutely incompatible with the commitments they are making on their business side about the growth and profitability they expect. In many cases, companies cannot realistically achieve their social environmental goals and their business goals at the same time. So I believe what's missing is the linkage between the social and environmental goal and the financial performance of the company. And that's where we need to get much more sophisticated.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what we are trying to build in the startup. We are not just focusing on profits. We focus on making money for sure, but we build something to help people. So that's what we focus on, despite all the other opportunities.
Okay. Well, you have to focus on making money at some point. It's not a business if you don't focus on making money.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm coughing. Don't be alarmed, it's not COVID. South Africa loves me so much that when I get my allergies get excited. So please don't be alarmed. Before I move to Simba, I would like to say it's a conversation between us and Professor Kramer. So if anybody in the audience would like to ask a question, please feel free to write it or signal our host, Talifani or Nicole, and then they will prompt us, then we can present the question. So now I will tag Simba. Simba is a man of many hats. Simba is the general manager of Rio Energy, a subsidiary of Rio Zim Limited, a Zimbabwe Stock Exchange-listed mining company. Simba is an independent, non-executive director of the Stanbic Bank, Zimbabwe, as well as Petrotrade Limited, under the Zimbabwe Ministry of Energy and Power Development. In addition, he is a member of the board of directors for the Institute of Directors of Zimbabwe, a previous member of the World Economic Forum's Global Future Council on Entrepreneurship for 2018-2019, and has been awarded the Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellowship by the African Leadership Institute and the Oxford University Said Business School. In both 2018 and 2016, he was named by Forbes magazine as one of Africa's 30 most promising and inspirational young entrepreneurs. Kaching.
I thought it would be shorter. Thank you for having Mr. Kramer. I think my question is more rudimentary. I think you've mentioned that there's been a resistance by business. As much as there have been successes recorded, there has been a resistance by a lot of businesses towards the shared value model. And I've also seen that there's a focus on entrepreneurship. And my thought was, is there a future envisioned or an opportunity to start teaching the shared value model as low as high school? Much like they'll teach financial literacy, much like they'll teach management of business. Because if we can't change the way businesses think from a top-down method, from directorship to management, maybe we can influence the thinking from the shop floor level, moving upwards by bringing in a new generation of executives, of entrepreneurs in various industries that are already in tune, already have been sensitized or schooled on the shared value model.
Yes, I think that would be wonderful. I have to say I'm having a hard enough time teaching it to MBA students. But I do believe that it needs to be brought in at an earlier stage. And the reason I believe that is that our view of the world is shaped by the social narratives that are out there that we have come to accept. And many of those social narratives are just plain wrong. And without correcting those false narratives, it becomes impossible to really make change, to move to a different model. And so I find that there is a false narrative still that says if you're serious about making money, you shouldn't care about the social or environmental consequences of your actions. And if you really care about social and environmental actions, you shouldn't try and be making money. You should go into the nonprofit sector. And that's completely false. And there's lots of contrary evidence. But until we can start to tell a different story, and I agree, we need to start telling it to people in high school or younger. We need it to pervade society. We will never really make the change that needs to happen in business. So I completely agree with that.
Okay. Well, Professor Kramer, I read an article you wrote about collective impact, and you gave examples about Walmart and Yara and how they were able to drive certain changes by implementing collective impact. As I was reading that article, something struck me, and I just wondered, is there a negative side to this, where this could easily be morphed into some sort of negative monopoly in the industry or sector, or even create some sort of cartel, for say? Have you experienced anything like that?
So the story that you're describing, for example, with Yara, has to do with working in Tanzania to create an agricultural cluster that can help 2 million smallhold farmers increase their incomes and hopefully lift them out of poverty. And what Yara did that was so remarkable is bring together 70 different companies that all have an interest in the agricultural sector there and all have a role to play, along with the government and Minister of Agriculture, along with the World Bank and the Rockefeller Foundation, and importantly, along with representatives from those farmers, to come together and agree on a plan going forward that would actually change conditions on the ground. And one of the things they realized is, you know, it's great to put in roads so people can get their crops to the port, but that doesn't really help if people don't have access to good agricultural inputs and fertilizers and seeds and so on. And you can give them agricultural inputs and seeds and fertilizers, but they need to be able to pay for it. And that means they need access to financing. And you can give them all of those inputs and the financing and the roads, but they need irrigation to be able to grow those crops, so they need electricity. And it turns out there's a long list of things that are interdependent, and solving one piece of the problem doesn't actually get you anywhere unless you're able to solve all of the parts of the problem in a sequence and coordinated way. And so what Yara was able to do with this coalition of more than 100 players was develop a common agenda for how they can move towards solving these systemic problems and agree on a measurement system so that they can track progress toward this goal together on the same parameters, and to begin to develop mutually reinforcing activities so that when the World Bank was building roads, it was aligned with what a private company was doing about creating power. And it was aligned with what crops were needed that could be sold in the market and so on. So this kind of cross-sector collaboration, I have come to believe, is tremendously important to the success of initiatives that are really trying to solve social problems at scale. Now, the question you ask is whether this model, which we called collective impact, can be harmful. And yes, I think it can. I think the most important element of this collaboration was the fact that it actually included smallhold farmers themselves. I think all too often we try and solve somebody else's problems without asking them what is needed from their point of view and what the consequences of our potential solutions would be. And so I do think that engaging the people who have lived experience of the problem is one essential safety check in using collective impact as a way to achieve social progress.
Thank you. I would like us to also shift to the Mentimeter and just see what is up there for a second. So implementing share value will result in, you can scan the barcode on the menti.com or go to the website menti.com and share your opinion. Damn, looks like we're out of time already. I had a few more questions lined up.
I'm sorry, I was too long-winded. I apologize.
That's all right. So I guess we would like to, let's see the results for the Mentimeter first. Then we can shift to lunch and maybe get the energies up. This year we've gone vegan, Tiki's veto powered. So what are the results, Simba?
Please, I can't see anything. Increased innovation, 1. Increased productivity, 1. Strong supply chains and ecosystems, 1. Alignment to SDGs, 1. So I think we're all equal on those 4. And strong shareholder relationships, but 0 on increased operational efficiencies.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We have a short announcement and a short video for you to watch. Then we will proceed to lunch. And I will ask that we please kindly be seated by 2 to continue the rest of the activities.
Thank you, Professor Kramer.
Hi, everyone. I can see everyone is tired. I was not supposed to come here. I thought the guys announced the lunch already. We were supposed to have a video coming in, but we're going to play it at the end. So everyone can go to lunch now. You can breathe and get that proper meal, vegetarian. You can ask Tiki. Don't ask me. The girls told me yesterday, they said every time I speak, I should say allegedly. And it's not me. I don't know. So, but yeah, let's go to lunch and let's be back by, I think by 2:02, yeah. Sharp.
It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Conversations we're talking about at lunch was that a lot of times, again, you now go into this whole shared value thing and people take it like, oh, it's this big entire thing. My entire organization has to change. So for example, if you're an oil and gas company or you're a coal company, thinking that applying shared value is just, I have to completely stop my business model.
Yes.
But what we're saying is that there's actually smaller steps that you can take to be able to impact the community. So I'll give an example of a foundation that we work with. My colleague Amaka, she's here. She actually helps manage that project for us. So this foundation, they work with a bunch of cocoa farmers in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. So their whole thing is these farmers are there, harvesting this cocoa, et cetera. But it's not just, do I just pay them more money? Do I just do this? What else can they do? So they've created different funds so the farmers can help educate their children. They've created other things to be able to increase the income from those people. They've created other things to support innovation and learning and getting, supporting technology companies that are helping educate, those kids and things like that. So that's one short-term way of trying to create shared value, right? And fortunately for them, one of the companies in that portfolio, Eneza they're in Cote d'Ivoire, in Kenya, Safaricom, actually one of our sponsors, has partnered with them. So during the COVID pandemic, Safaricom partnered to be able to help them get their learning and education programs out to hundreds of thousands of these students in these rural areas that were heavily impacted by school closures. So again, thinking about shared value, there are small actionable things that companies can do from day one that don't require yet a complete overhaul in your business model. But what we do invite you to do is bring different stakeholders on board. Bring different women on board, bring different, people from different socioeconomic backgrounds, and they can bring ideas that can help create these longer term, things that can continue to be profitable, but still, highly impactful to the communities that you're operating in. So, those are just a couple of other examples for us as, how we would view shared value for corporates. So do you want to recap this morning?
Yes, let me recap and so we can be on time, yeah? If you remember in the morning, we talked about gender equality and economic growth, Dr. Ami, and we had a communication with Eusebius about fireside chat. Can Africa actively create gender equality, or is it a pipe dream? I think we got some insights that it's still there, so we got some solutions. And we had a communication about expanding access and equality in healthcare by Monica. And Prof. Kone came in as a panel. She talked about leadership views on increasing gender equality. The discussion was powerful. Also, it gave us more insights on what we need to do. It's a personal decision. If you're a man or male and you're in a powerful position, just find it in your heart to find a way to bring more women on board. Otherwise, if I don't say that, you can already see.
In your heart or in your P&L, one of the two.
Yes,
so you said,
yes.
Again, moral or financial. So
Yes.
one of those two.
Or your position.
Uh-huh.
And we had a global communication from the global sisters, Bobby, Virginia, and Sarah, USA, Hong Kong, and Australia. So it shows that we are penetrating globally. This communication about shared value it's a global problem that we need to include in our business processes to grow as a normal business. If you are doing your business models in shared value, you're going to see some returns indirectly or directly at some point. And we had a dialogue between Mark Kramer and Afetsi, Allah, Simba, which was an interesting one. Mark Kramer came and explained how shared value model is applied and why it's so important to bring social mindset when you're building a profitable business. Now we're heading to the second session where Nicole will take us through who's our next speaker. I don't know how she's going to roll it out.
So the next few speakers, I'm actually really excited about them because they are focusing a lot on the African entrepreneur. For both of us, we are African entrepreneurs building businesses on the continent, affecting people on the continent, and it's really exciting to hear from our next speakers how we as young builders are able to still implement the concept of shared value, work with our larger stakeholders, and continue to kind of drive this change that we want in our continent. So first we have Dr. Patrick Bitature. Dr. Patrick is an inspirational and successful serial entrepreneur. Patrick has built a multi-million-dollar group of companies. His company, Simba Group, is a conglomerate of East African companies spanning telecommunications, properties, power generation, agribusinesses, oil and gas, tourism, and social enterprise. Simba Group companies have been built to operate under the group's core principles of integrity, innovation, and adaptability. Dr. Patrick will share his experience to inspire entrepreneurs. So I look at Dr. Patrick's, span of experience, and while the, bio is great and all of that, I go back to making fun. Like, we can't just do one thing as Africans too. We must touch on a bunch of different things as good African entrepreneurs. But I'm really excited to hear from Dr. Patrick. So thank you. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those kind words. And a very good afternoon to all those people listening out there, all over the world, about the shared values. I'm an entrepreneur, as already mentioned, and I don't have much time, so I'll dive straight in. I'd like to start by sharing a story, a pertinent story of $50 million company when I was the biggest dealer for Nokia in Uganda and in Kenya. And it had reached a turning point and needed change. And people just simply won't change easily their behavior. And at times, change must be forced upon you. And when this happened, this speech invited us to Morocco. I was in Marrakesh for this for some award, and this story was shared. The story is about a man who was working on an oil platform in the North Sea. He woke up one night from a loud explosion, which suddenly set his entire oil platform on fire. In mere moments, the whole place was ablaze. He was surrounded by flames. Through the smoke and heat, he barely made his way out of the chaos to the platform's edge. When he looked down over the edge, all he could see was dark, cold, foreboding Atlantic waters. As the fire approached him, the man had mere seconds to react. He could stand on the platform and inevitably be consumed by the burning flames, or he could plunge 30 meters into the freezing waters. The man was standing on a burning platform, and he needed to make an instant decision. He decided to jump. It was unexpected. They had never done a drill on this. In ordinary circumstances, the man would never consider plunging into icy waters. But these were not ordinary times. His platform was on fire. The man survived the fall and the freezing cold waters. After he was rescued, he noted that a burning platform caused a radical change in his behavior. This change was forced upon him instantly. We too are often standing on a burning platform and sometimes hesitate to make that decision to change. It is so important that we change our attitude, especially people in entrepreneurship. And you cannot change your thinking or your behavior before you change your attitude. So change is important, and too often there's a lot of resistance towards this change. But it is so important that we accept change and embrace it. In the last 2 years, the global pandemic has had phenomenal effects across the board to everybody. And it is still making and will reverberate for years to come. We don't know its full consequences, but it has had an impact from north to south, east to west. But what is important is that we must never forget the hard lessons learned from COVID-19. Now, the numbers are out there. Officially, 5 million people lost their lives. But unofficially, I was looking at The Economist saying the number could be as high as 17 million people. Fortunately, not too many in Africa. What happened? So many lessons to be learned. We simply cannot forget. What is clear today is that we are living in a very volatile world, a world we call VUCA, a world that is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. This new world order is something we've got to embrace. You've got to expect the unexpected. You've got to be agile. You've got to be flexible. You've got to be focused. You've got to be open-minded. All these things are the future. We've got to accept them and take them for granted. We need to refocus because life cannot be just about profit. it's got to be a bit more than profit and power. Especially now that we talk about the global warming. The world is really talking about things that we talked about, a bit about before, but at the end of the day, especially for the businessman, we were driven largely by profits. We cannot get wealthy at the expense of others. Equality and inequality are important decisions. We need global solidarity to solve global problems. Here I'm talking about things like when the financial crisis happened, it was a global solution because the world came together for global solidarity to deal with it. When the pandemic broke, there was some global solidarity. Some of us felt marginalized, especially in Africa, because when the vaccines were rolling out, they came too late. Maybe not too late because the damage done was done, but could have been saved if everybody was more equitable in the beginning. Even just the materials, the testing kits, the masks, some of those things, there were acute shortages and we were tested. And therein were some important lessons. When solidarity works and when doesn't it work? We've got to be mindful. Today, especially with global warming, people are talking about trees and Africa's leading the way, talking about climate change and the impact of growing trees. And is that enough to offset the carbon footprint? Africa and Brazil have played a big part in the past. They have been the lungs to the world. Now these lungs are getting damaged and people are aware of this. But is enough being done to heal these lungs so that the rest of the world can continue doing what they're doing? We have moved to a new era where Africans have to cook their food. They will not go back to eating raw food, fruits and mangoes and vegetables. They need to cook. And unfortunately, 99% of the people in Africa cook using firewood. So we've got to find lasting, sustainable solutions if we're going to live in this shared world. Very briefly, my story is a story of growing out of adversity. In 1973, during Idi Amin's days, my parents, there to the left, my father was murdered for absolutely nothing. I was very young at 13, and we lost everything, not just a breadwinner, a father who you admired, but you lost everything. Your property, we were left on the streets and we could never go back to the house we had lived in. We lived like refugees in our own country. We were in hiding, and I was taken in by a Catholic priest. I was raised through that Catholic priest, and so were my siblings. We went to that school in Namasagali, a great man called Father Grimes. Later in life, it took 8 long years before Amin was deposed. And we lived in terror under Idi Amin. The rest of the world was laughing and thinking he was a clown, but he had killed more than 500,000 people in his own country. When the state is killing its own people, that is the height of injustice. And his death was a travesty of justice. However, I soldiered on. I went through school, I started business, and all along the way, I somehow started learning how to satisfy the market, filling the gaps in the market, either with a product or a service. And that's where my journey in entrepreneurship began. What made me succeed? Keywords that I'll never forget. And today I spend a lot of time teaching the youth. I needed guts. And I need to believe in my guts. You need that guts to make that great. You need the resilience. And when I say resilience, resilience with a capital R. Otherwise, you will not survive. Too often, because we're not creating enough jobs, young people are misled, telling them, go out there and start a business. So many will fail if you don't have the resilience to succeed. It's a very uphill task. It's like climbing a mountain. Not very many will make it to the top. And everybody thinks when they see a successful person, it's been an easy ride. It's never easy. You need to have initiative. And the earlier you start priming that initiative and getting up and doing things when you've got to do them, don't wait to have all the facts. Don't wait to have all the factors. Don't wait to have all the money. Just go. You don't wait for the traffic lights to go green all the way through your journey from beginning to end. You go and deal with what you've got to deal with. Lastly, of course, you need tenacity. Tenacity is so important. If you're not a tenacious person, especially in Africa, even your own government puts rules in place which you think are there to destroy you. You are swimming against the tide. They are providing an enabling environment and in the process, inadvertently crushing you at times. That's what it takes to be an entrepreneur in Africa. The government means, well, they put all kinds of regulations to ease your doing business, but at times they crush a bone or two in the process. So you need grit, and grit is something that's obvious now to everybody out there. My journey started with Simba Telecom. Simba Telecom in Uganda, with MTN, I rolled out and became the biggest dealer in telecom in Uganda, selling their products, and also the biggest handset supplier and distributor in the country. I went on to work with Safaricom in Kenya and became the biggest dealer also in Kenya with Safaricom, and we rolled out over 60 shops. and employed over 500 Kenyans in Kenya. This is a business that we still cherish, and we have provided many jobs, dignified jobs at that, jobs that give people purpose. And we empowered young people. Many people would wonder, how could you have 60 shops in a country and you leave them the keys, the stock, the cash, but you have to believe in mankind and believe if you train these young people and give them a chance, all they were looking for was an opportunity so that they could share the value in the prosperity that you were creating. And Safaricom has touched so many people, all kinds of ways, not just with the M-Pesa, but with the different services they have done and their charitable work at CSR. I chose to invest in property to buttress my telecom business. I didn't think the honeymoon would last for 20 years. So I started diversifying my portfolio. I invested in hotels, and I invested in apartments, office buildings, and different kinds of agriculture activity. Because many people in Uganda are involved in agriculture, almost 68%. So we had to improve the way things were being done. It took time. It was hard to deal with people at different levels. The ordinary peasant farmer, to get his mindset to change to becoming a commercial farmer, to show him how to do things efficiently and think in terms of money rather than just in terms of seeing results and seeing berries or bananas coming in. That was where the difference was. However, all the good things we do will be checked unless we check certain macroeconomic factors. Our demographic change. Is it a challenge or is it an opportunity? Africa is growing so fast, the population in Africa. In Uganda alone, it's almost 2 million new babies every year. 32 million babies in Africa. That population is growing fast, 3-point-something% in most countries. And that is undermining all the GDP, all the prosperity that is being generated in that country. When Museveni came to power in Uganda in 1986, we were 14 million people. Today we have 45 million people. By the year 2050, we're going to be 100 million people in just tiny Uganda. And if the trajectory remains the same in the year 2100, we shall be 200 million people. That's a scary number. How will we manage? The infrastructure is not designed for that. When I look at Ethiopia with 100 million people and Egypt with 100 million people, scary. It's a much harder country to manage. And the young people are hungry with energy and they need direction. Otherwise, they'll be misguided. I see what's happening in Sudan. I see what's happening in Mali, in all the countries around us. It's unfortunate. What is important is Africa's got to wake up to the reality, know where we are. We cannot blame the leaders of the past. We had independence over 50 years ago or 60 years ago for some of us. It's the decisions that we make today that will affect us. A country like Dubai discovered oil about the same time that Nigeria discovered oil. One country went to the left, one country went to the right. What happened? When I see East Africa with all our natural resources, every time we have these elections every 5 years because we have to have this democracy, it has a lot of benefit, but the downside is very expensive. Corruption, weak governance. These are challenges that will impact us, and we cannot change the storyline unless we start thinking about all the underlying issues, the root causes of all our problems. Today, when I see what's happening in Ethiopia, my heart is in tears. In 1 year, in the same vein, we've been celebrating Abiy as a Nobel literate, and now being seen as a warmonger. Is it him, the person? Is it the circumstances? Can we have a mechanism strong enough to check that there shall be no more wars in Africa? These military coups are back. It happened about 50 years ago. It was fashionable then. It's gone. We are going full circle and going back. What can we do to have a mechanism that will make sure there are checks and balances, that we cannot deteriorate to that level? The Europeans used to fight a lot pre-1945. After 1945, they sat down and decided, enough of that. Everybody's a loser when you go to war. It's not a solution. And they have tried to minimize escalation to war in any of those countries. America went through the Great War, the North and the South, that united them. After that, they decided they've got to stay united. It's not easy to unite 300 million people in America, or 500 million in Europe, or 1 billion in Africa. But China is doing it. It's holding its people together. It's tough leadership. India's got 1 billion. We've got to find a mechanism that works, that is appropriate to our environment. Also because, especially the young people who go to war, the child soldier, once they are drilled in as a child soldier, what I call the child soldier syndrome is very hard to eradicate. It's very hard to remove. These kids are a lost generation, more or less. It's so hard to get them past what they've been through in life so that they can become responsible citizens that can contribute to an economy and the growth of the people. War and insurgency today in 18 countries in Africa is unacceptable. We need to find a way to end poverty. We need to find a way to reduce our dependency on charity. We need to grow entrepreneurship, because I don't see us creating jobs, enough jobs for everybody to be employed, unless we get more and more people into business, doing small businesses and helping them with financial literacy, with low-cost capital, with housing, with some of the benefits, so that we can give these people hope that tomorrow will be better than today. Because the way the story is, for many young people, there's going to be a migration from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. And so long as all the money is sitting in the northern hemisphere and all the labor is sitting in the southern hemisphere, there will be this migration. Going across the Mediterranean with high casualty rates, or going to the Middle East, and those numbers for menial jobs. We need to find a way to develop decent jobs that create dignity in our society. And also to address this sharp, deep inequality. We can't have people that are so rich living right next to people who are extremely poor. This is simply not acceptable. When I saw recently the demonstrations in South Africa, a country we look to as Big Brother, and we saw a small incident, whether it was truly about Zuma or because of the post-pandemic, but the reaction of the people we looked up to as our brothers and sisters caused me to shed a tear. It was terrible to see the looting and the behavior. We went back to very basic instincts. We need to encourage free trade, responsible trade amongst ourselves, much more intra-Africa trade, so that when we open up for this Africa Free Trade Continental Zone, we can actually do meaningful business with one another, can communicate, can travel, can live with one another, truly as brothers. We need to inculcate a culture of savings. Savings is a good thing, but it's not enough on its own. Savings is a means to an end, and saving enables investment. Unless we have investment and a lot more investments coming into our countries, we shall stay where we are. We need to shift that needle. We need to build shared values and prosperity. I hope my message is clear, and I thank you very much.
Wow.
The host, over to you.
All right. What a powerful communication about entrepreneurship. I hope we are learning. Some of us, we're taking notes. He did go in and he did break down some of the struggles that he went through, and which I found very, very impactful, to realize that you have to have grit, you have to have guts, you have to have resilience. It's not going to be easy. It needs that more work, more push until you make it happen.
Yeah, I like the acronym. So like you said, GRIT, right, is guts, resilience, initiative, and tenacity. So I think it's something that it's easy for us to remember, especially as future entrepreneurs.
Proper, yes. Okay. Okay, we're moving to our next chapter. We're talking enterprise development. Yeah. Yeah, but before enterprise development, I would just like to thank Dr. Patrick for his speech. It was impacting, and for entrepreneurs like Nicole, I'm sure she learned.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm going to Richard Lubira. That's our next speaker. He's going to talk about driving localization and inclusive growth through enterprise and supply chain development in the financial service sector. Richard Lubira, he's a head of ESD, Absa Bank in Kenya. Richard?
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, friends. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think getting out of pressure right now, being the one to present after Dr. Patrick, it's quite an honest task on me just to talk after him. But I actually was taking some notes on actually what we were saying. But for me, first and foremost, is just to thank the organizers, the participants, moderators, and speakers on this convergence of ideas and thought leadership. Just to give an African perspective, according to ResearchGate publications, in Kenya, that's a bias that I have right now, more than 70% of the new businesses fail within their first birthday due to poor client market knowledge, access to both markets and financial support. Globally, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all businesses, with the largest impact on small and medium-based enterprises in trying to stay afloat during this time. The bank has definitely set in place financial relief solutions and mechanisms during this time to support the businesses. And obviously, with an African heartbeat, ABSA will continue to partner with our customers to build resilience through turbulent times, such as the recent pandemic. At ABSA Group, we have a number of solutions targeting this segment, with key being funding, assistance for acceleration of contracts through the enterprise supply chain development, what we call the ESD program. So the main objective of ESD program is around how do we unlock SMEs, how do we unlock lending to SMEs that are operating within the corporate value chain. So within ESD, basically uses non-traditional bank lending solutions to provide financing to SMEs and build capacity through our business development support framework. So through ESD, we basically partnered or come together with key corporates and that's it. How are we able to support all, let's say, the suppliers who deliver to the corporates without taking the SMEs through an extraneous process of either having collateral or probably having 3 years financial. So we've made it a document-light process in saying that then if, for example, Diageo is one of the anchors within the program, how do we support that supplier of Diageo? So this is the program that looks at a document-like process that supports the supplier in delivering on the goods to the specific anchors. So now the question now would be, how does it benefit the SMEs? First and foremost, overall is access to lending. They're able to access lending in the shortest time possible, and be able to deliver on their time-sensitive contracts. Secondly, is that they also have access to business development services, where we have capacity building, we have training sessions, where we pull them together into a room and bring in experts. Could be in tax, could be in trade, could be in financial management, and so they're able to, capacitate themselves, all their businesses to grow. So that is the upside of how it benefits the SMEs. But then again, how does it also benefit the corporates? First and foremost, the corporate is able to have a very reliant supplier base in terms of a supplier base that they are assured of quality and turnaround time. Secondly, the anchor of the corporate is able to zero in on specific groups within the value chain. And for example, like in Kenya, we have the vulnerable groupings, let's say the businesses that are marginalized, could be women-owned, could be the youth. So the anchor is able to zero in on specific groupings within their chain and curate their own funding mechanism, so they're able to grow through the shared value approach mechanism. And as the anchor is looking at those vulnerable groupings, what have we as a bank done to grow that grouping? We've actually come up with solutions. One specifically for women. We've recently launched a Women in Business solution 3 or 4 months ago that basically looks at how do we support the women-owned businesses in the country. So that has seen a lot of traction. And then separately also, we've also partnered with the government parastatals, and this basically has been anchored in the legislation whereby in Kenya, through the constitution, 30% of all contracts, all public contracts must be set aside for the women, youth, and specially enabled groupings. So, and we're talking of contracts in the tune of probably 40 billion rand in a year. So that is how also the government has supported us as a bank or the financial institutions to entrench that deliberate support for the marginalized businesses. So as much as we could talk about shared value approach, the question now would be, how do we support that startup? How do we support that, that women-owned business? How do we support the specially enabled business to grow? So that is far as we've gone in terms of a social impact agenda specifically. But just to give you a high level on how we've supported businesses in Africa, we have in Kenya, we recently supported 10 million rand to one of the suppliers within the medical industry. In Ghana, we had a $12 million facility for a supplier within the oil industry. In Botswana, we had $7 million, within the local mine industry. And this just goes to show how confident we are as a bank in being able to de-risk lending to the SME sector, and you're looking at the program over the last 3 years having impairment ratios of less than 1%. It means these are the partnerships that will definitely grow the SMEs who are struggling, or the SMEs who require access to market or access to finance. So in closing, I would just like to say that as a bank, we are open for business. As a bank, we want to see the SMEs thrive. As a bank, we'll continue to form partnerships with our corporate clients to see how can we support the SMEs that are under these corporate clients. And just going outside the ambit of suppliers, we are now looking at saying how then can we also support the distributors or the retailers or the transporters, within the specific corporates. And that is through such partnerships, that's the only way we can have a shared growth value mechanism in place. And with that, I say thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, for sharing knowledge about how the bank works and how you're trying to support SMEs thrive and supporting in the distribution as well. I hope you are doing it because you know what I mean. A lot of entrepreneurs, they are experiencing it in the field. They need more support as you're doing it, as you are growing the business. There shouldn't be so many laws that are just barricading your growth. I think banks should start re-looking at how entrepreneurship is a solution to economic growth, and they should start looking at those who are thriving and trying to make it happen and try and find a better way to assist them than putting a threshold. It's like I see it in statistics, you just say, all these outliers we don't want, you know what I mean? I think we should start having a shared value mindset.
Yeah. So yeah, again, thank you so much, Richard. And ABSA is also one of our sponsors, so really glad to have them not just supporting the Shared Value Africa initiative, but in everything that they've been doing, like creating the Women in Business support programs, like creating the Other Entrepreneur, so access and support programs and strategies. So really excited to have y'all as part of this. Continuing next, I'm going to introduce Mamadou Biteye. Mamadou is an honorary officer of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, awarded for work done under the Oxfam, Great Britain, where he had been regional director for West Africa. He was also the Rockefeller Foundation, and that is where we as Shared Value Africa first made contact. And Mamadou is currently Vice President, Inclusive Growth and Global Social Impact Visa. So what I've liked about these groups of speakers, again, we've gone through the banks, we've talked through people building businesses. Now we're talking to one of the most powerful, financial technology companies in the world, Visa, right, with over 11 trillion in transaction process flow. So really excited to hear from Mamadou. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. To everyone. First of all, I want to thank Shared Value Africa Initiative for inviting us to participate in these deliberations, particularly when it comes to entrepreneurship to micro and small businesses, which constitute in emerging economies about 80 to, in some cases, even 90% of all businesses, and represent over 50 to 60% of all new jobs. So that's a very important and powerful platform for driving inclusive growth. But before I speak about how we can support businesses, I want to take a few minutes to discuss the context in which actually we do that. The pandemic, the COVID pandemic has really exacerbated inequalities between individuals, but also businesses as well. We have seen an acceleration of digitization during the pandemic. It's about 3 years of digital change that has happened in just 1 year. And if you look the context, the environment, the ecosystem, you will see that there have been a large uptake of e-commerce. What that means, it means that those businesses that have been or that are digitally equipped actually have been able to be resilient. And in some cases, even they have been able to thrive. Unlike those who were not digitally equipped or had employees that did not have digital abilities or competencies, who actually really suffered. So what that means, it means when we talk about micro and small businesses in the future, digitization becomes really critical factor for success and welfare. And this is why at Visa, my team, which drives inclusive growth, leveraging the core business of Visa, actually is focusing on really enabling micro and small businesses. This is why last year we committed to globally digitize 50 million micro and small businesses in 3 years, because we saw that it was really critical in helping them not only withstand the crisis, but also emerge from it stronger. So what does that mean? That means today it's really critical for businesses and individuals to be able actually to participate, but not only participate, but be able to really take advantage in the growing digital economy. One research from the World Economic Forum is saying that about 70% of new value created in the economy over the next decade will be based on digitally enabled platform. So that's a very, very important. And this is why even access to finance, access to skills, access to opportunities, all of that will be amplified and opened up by digital. And this is why actually we have decided to focus on that, not only for SMEs, but also for individuals as well, because we can look at really SMEs and individuals as the two sides of the same coin. If you are enabling micro and small businesses to be able to not only make their business online, it's also important that individuals are also enabled digitally to be able to hold and transact with those businesses. The other aspect I want to talk about is a recent research also that we are doing with a partner organization, also is showing that digital skills is because you can really talk about the infrastructure, but the enablement of individuals is really very important. Digital skills is also another challenge for micro and small businesses to go online. And this is something that we have been working on. And we have decided to really make a significant investment into really skills. And this is how we have developed a number of platforms to help businesses better manage money with practicalmoneyskills.com. And also to help aspiring entrepreneurs to be able to understand how to start a business, how to manage it, but also how to grow it. And for that, we have put in place a platform that is called practicalbusinessskills.org. And today, we are working on another platform for training on digital skills as well, which will be launched in the second quarter of 2022. So all of these are platforms that are public goods that are available to business owners and individuals to reinforce their skills. Besides that, we are also supporting fintechs, because we know that Visa empowers over 70,000 banks to actually drive digital payment inclusion. But we know also that there are many underserved businesses as well that are far from these financial institutions. And fintechs have become one of the responses trying to really drive financial inclusion and give an opportunity for inclusion to everyone, everywhere. To be able to uplift them is also a way of supporting fintechs. We have recently, in partnership with BlackRock, with also Action, we have launched Inclusive FinTech 50. And the Inclusive FinTech 50 is identifying and supporting early stage fintechs that actually provide financial services, access to financial services, but also access to skills to underserved businesses and underserved individuals. We have just on 27th of last month announced the winners of this contest, which is 50 fintechs. More than half of them are coming from sub-Saharan Africa. This shows as well that actually innovation in financial technology is no longer just coming from the Silicon Valley, but it is also stemming and emerging from Africa. So this is why also it is very important for us, for Visa, to also provide our rails to this new financial intermediary to be able to reach the underserved. So what I'm going I know we are just a few seconds to the end of my presentation, but I wanted really to encourage partnership. We are really open to partnering with every organization, whether these are governments, NGOs, civil society, or other businesses, to really work together to provide businesses with the opportunities, the skills and knowledge they need actually to be able to transform their businesses and transform their lives. So thank you again for providing the opportunity to participate.
Thank you, Mamadou, for such an inspirative communication there. We learned so much. Nicole, do you have much to say?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the impact and importance of digital skills was obviously way more evident during the COVID pandemic, right?
Yeah.
And so it was really great to see what companies like Visa have been doing. We saw a lot of different companies kind of scramble around to say, how can we make models more digital? How can we make learning more digital, health more digital, all of these things. But to see, again, financial technology, especially an institution like Visa, investing in those development programs, thought that was really great to kind of hear about that, and look forward to other things that they'll continue to build, and how they continue to support more innovative companies on the continent.
Thank you so much. There was a call for entries. The Shared Value Africa Initiative put on a call to entrepreneurs to provide them with an opportunity to present their climate change and agri-focused solution at the summit to give entrepreneurs an opportunity to showcase their work. They selected 4 case studies, and one of them will receive $1,000 to celebrate. Is this happening today?
I think yes.
Wow, $1,000. Okay, this is interesting. So we're going to have our next guest, Henry Mattis, Senior Manager, Social Impact, VNA Waterfront, coming forward. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for having me, Tiki and Vuyo and the team. I was joking with a colleague of mine this morning, Joy from the N Fund, who sits on the South African Working Group with us, that 3 o'clock on the second day of a conference, traditionally, this is known as the graveyard shift. So thank you, everybody, for sticking around. And this is not just a presentation, this is a working session, because our job here today is to, as my friend Ben at the back said, is to give some of these entrepreneurs some money. But I don't think of this shift just as a graveyard shift. It's a celebration shift. It's at the end of 2 days of impactful conversations, to Tiki, the team, months of organizing. It's really time to celebrate the fact that we've brought leaders from across the continent to speak to our vision for one Africa, one voice. So please bear with me as we go through a couple of presentations today. The deal is that we give each one of our presenters 5 minutes to present their case. Then it's time for you, the audience online, and you, definitely the audience in the room today, to vote. So Jane, Beatrice, you guys are going to need to get your phones out, scan the QR code in between, vote for your favorite small business. It's really about giving them the opportunity to drive their ambition, scale their businesses and their growth, and really, I suppose, incentivize them to use this money to drive growth within their business, or take a holiday, you decide. I'm joking, they can't take a holiday. It's got to go into their business. So, guys, allow me to introduce our first speaker here today. Last night, Tiki them caught me doing my homework late at night. I was doing some research on each one of these SMMEs. And it's truly inspiring, and I think none more so than this first story. Richard Nguma started Ethel Technology just a few years ago. Coming from the major hardships, he built a company around an innovative cooking solution in his hometown of Mombasa in Kenya. In 2016, through a grant provided by the World Bank, he started Ethel Technologies. Originally focusing on alternative cooking methods, they quickly realized the true value of their innovation for the communities around them. He's 28 years old, holds a degree in IT. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Robert Nguma, talking about Ethel Technology.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Nguma from Ethel Technology. I'm delighted to have been invited to do a presentation here today with you. Thank you, Africa Shared Value in Leadership Summit, for this opportunity to present my projects. We are a company consisting of creative, talented youth based in Kwale, Kenya, who have come together to embrace technology and come up with green, efficient ways of conserving and generating cooking energy to remove the traditional cooking fossils that people have been using for the longest years now, as we realized. ATEL was formed in 2016 in Kwale County, Kenya. One thing about my county where I'm coming from, the community in Kwale are heavy users of firewood and charcoal. And from that, a lot of families have been affected. I be included, we have been affected majorly, whereby people have been suffering from respiratory diseases and death of children, and even loss of babies from infant mothers due to carbon emission. Due to Corona last year, a lot of people have actually lost jobs, and buying fuel for their cooking every day has found them to going back to actually using firewood and charcoal. This has brought a lot of issues in Kenya, actually in Kwale County, and my company has been looking for a way of communicating and actually talking to schools and communities about these issues. And so that we started manufacturing briquettes in the year 2016. Through this, we are awarded a grant by Kwale County through World Bank, one of the projects that they were doing. And in 2019, we developed a solar cooker, which actually uses solar panels, battery, and induction method of cooking. Our solar cooktop, as you can see from the screen, uses 12 EC type of cooking electricity. Unlike any other electronic cooking device which uses AC, ours uses DC. It's one of a kind and uses very minimal amount of energy. So, hence, you can actually cook using the battery for even 6 hours at night, which is very efficient, and you don't need any other fuel to cook or buy or reload or refuel cooking fuel for your home use. So the communities that we are trying to talk to, some of the people who have been coming to us are like the institutes like universities and high schools, and also hotels that are trying to see how we can implement the solar cooker in their businesses. Some of the hospitals that are actually coming forward, trying to embrace this new technology. And we're actually talking to different real estate developers, whereby we are looking forward into actually having a pre-installed solar cooker in every household while they are being built. So what are we doing to make this impact available? We are trying to partner with different organizations like Safaricom, banks, and circles, whereby people can be able to buy the solar cooker and pay in installments, which will be more affordable for them. Like with Safaricom, with the Lipa Pole Pole, they can be able to pay 100 shillings, Kenya shillings per day, which is very economical for them. Through the years, we have managed to partner with organizations like Kenya Climate Innovation Center, the YEPI, and World Bank through Kwale County, as I had mentioned earlier. For me, what I would say is that through the years that I've been in this business, I've seen a lot of change and communities trying to embrace this new technology. And I do believe that through this, we can be able to change a lot and actually embrace the new technology and save our trees and save community from carbon emission. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Richard. That was bang on time. Amazing. You know, Tiki, maybe next year, I feel so lonely up here. Now I've got to sit here. Next time, can we maybe give me a friend or two to come and co-present with us? Thank you very much, Richard. You know, something that Nicole said a little bit earlier about the voices around the table, a diverse set of voices around the table that is critical for you to make the right decisions. And I just want to commend the organizers, Tiki and the team, for giving the young and emerging entrepreneurs a voice at this incredibly important table. To hear about all of these innovations yesterday and today again, and the opportunity to give them a little bit of incentive to grow their business is really commendable. So thank you very much for that to Tiki and the team. On to our next speaker, and I'm going to follow our Menti.com order over here, where I'm going to go to Medina Amin Hussein, if that's okay. Good. So, our next speaker, Medina Amin Hussein, from Mitikash Global Nature Conservation, is a passionate environmentalist and an award-winning environmental ambassador, nominee of Zuri Awards under the agriculture category, a gender-just climate solution award winner in 2019, and a heroine for forest conservation. Her mission is to see people act to conserve nature for its own sake and its ability to fulfill our needs and enrich our lives. Please join me in welcoming Medina to talk about Mitikash Global Nature Conservation.
Good afternoon. My name is Medina Amin Hussein from Kenya. I'm honored to be here. Thank you to the Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit for this opportunity. Our project is called Mitikash, and this is an agribusiness project that uses farming, especially fruits and vegetable farming, as a vehicle for vulnerable women and out-of-school girls build their own support system to become independent and empowered decision makers. We enroll them in farming cooperatives known as Farmers Hub for a period of 4 months. While in the hub, they are trained on climate-smart agriculture, sustainable farming, digital extension and advisories, seedlings production, hygiene, and financial literacy. We use an approach called Learn as You Earn, which aims at improving their income through farming. Upon completion, each woman or girl in the program gets farm startup kits and access to community land so that they can start their own farms. We buy fruits and vegetables from our outgrowers at a set market price, and this is to prevent the exploitation by middlemen who tries to find their market. A total of 3,066 women and young girls are so far impacted by the project, and we hope to scale up our project in the coming years. In Kenya, climate change affects all of us, but differently. Women and young people are disproportionately affected and bear the burden. Women play a vital role in natural resource management. They manage water sources, wood, fuel, and produce majority of the food. With climate change, all these tasks are becoming difficult for them. Extreme weather events such as floods and drought have a greater impact on the poor and most vulnerable, and the world's most vulnerable are women. Despite women being disproportionately affected by climate change, they play a vital role in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Women have the knowledge and understanding of what is needed to adapt to changing climatic conditions and come up with practical solutions. These same women are victims of societal inequalities such as restricted land rights, lack of access to financial resources, training, technology, leadership, and decision-making that directly impact their agricultural productivity and often prevent them from playing a full role in tackling climate change and other environmental challenges. Unleashing the knowledge and capabilities of women represent an important opportunity to craft effective climate change solutions for the benefit of all. When we began the project, we had aims like objectives we wanted to achieve, and the objectives are to gap barriers faced by women smallholder farmers in our country, to diversify our economy so that our people, the people we work with, do not depend on single source of economy, such as pastoralism. We also wanted to increase food productivity and income while promoting resilience of women to the shock of climate change. We wanted to uplift the status of women and girls in dryland Kenya through agriculture. We also want to promote women and girls' inclusion and participation in decision-making process, leadership, policy implementation, and discussions that concerns climate action and zero hunger. We also want to reduce exploitation of farmers by middlemen who tries to find their market. So far, we made so many impacts, and these our impacts are, so far we impacted 3,066 women and girls who acquired skills and knowledge to grow drought-tolerant crop species, and this has enabled them get income throughout the year. This has reduced climate change vulnerability in the region. Many women and girls in our society stand for their rights and demand to be involved in the way natural resources are managed. Our outgrowers are in a position to save money and use this money during climate change, such as drought and flood, and this has promoted their resilience to the shock of climate change. Many women and girls own land after they have demanded for their land rights and were given ownership of community land. Many women and girls learned that climate change is a women's issue and decided to begin a movement that champions climate justice in our region. Women and girls lead tree growing initiatives simply because they understood that 90% of their livelihoods depend on the stability of the environment around them. I have a dream, and my dream is to nurture community who are very resilient to the shock of climate change. I also envision a world where women and girls are the key stakeholders in decision-making process, discussions, and negotiations about climate action and zero hunger. Thank you for this opportunity.
It's for me so poignant, but inspiring and sad. And as a man, it's been the conversation of the day. But it really is going to be women that's really going to change this world. Beyond that, it feels like it's become their job. Not only women in the first world, but the impacts that are felt for women in the developing countries. And the work that Medina is doing is absolutely inspiring. I see somebody already voted for, but the voting is still closed. So ladies and gentlemen, a reminder, www.menti.com, and you can use the code. We'll put it up at the end of the session to vote for your favorite entrepreneur today that will win a prize of $1,000. The code is 2695-9256. And you can select your entrepreneur that will walk away with that prize today. Thank you, Medina. On to our next speaker, Didas Mzirai from Mucho Mangoes. Yesterday there was a speaker talking about how qualified all of these entrepreneurs are, and give me a second to share with you Didas's CV. Didas, a Mandela Washington Fellow, a recipient of presidential honors, winner of SMME of the Year in 2019 in Kenya, obviously Kenya, winner of National Green Enterprise Challenge, and to top it all off, an SDG ambassador. I don't know where these entrepreneurs find the time to work. They're absolutely brilliant. Didas is also a he also champions peace as a Generation Change Fellow, a program of the United States Institute of Peace, and is a former Unleash Plus facilitator. Here to tell you guys a little bit about Mucho Mangoes, please welcome Didas Mzirai.
Thank you so much, Henry. I really appreciate for that great introduction. I must say that I'm so grateful to the Africa Shared Value Initiative for the great opportunity to present here today. So Mucho Mangoes is an award-winning social enterprise, as Henry said, whose mission is focused on empowering rural smallholder farmers to help them to mass produce better quality products that meet global market standards. Then we provide them with a ready and reliable market for their produce, a market that is devoid of middlemen exploitation. So what we do, we provide farmers with training and production support, and we add value to their produce through solar drying and processing of mangoes and bananas into very nutritious byproducts. Most importantly is that the work that we are doing is actually my childhood passion. You know, I was born in a very poor family setting, and because of that, I used to be always in and out of school for lack of school fees. And so I had to work as a very young boy, picking and packing mangoes for export company middlemen, the brokers, in order to make ends meet. So having worked as a very young boy in primary school, picking mangoes for export middlemen, I witnessed firsthand at that time how rural smallholder farmers, mango farmers, are exploited by middlemen in terms of pricing, and again in terms of their products not meeting global market standards. And when we brought the mangoes from the farms, like half of the production that we have harvested from the farmers will be left as rejects because they don't meet the global market standards. So they are left as rejects for the farmer, and they don't have anywhere to take them because in the local rural setting, everyone around them has mangoes. And then it also causes a glut in the market. So the farmer cannot make anything that is significant to compensate their toil. So I just actually grew up saying, one day I'll do something about it. I didn't know it was going to be a business, but I just knew that one day I'll do something about it. And that is why I started Mucho Mangoes, an organization that empowers rural smallholder farmers to enable them to mass produce better quality products. Then we provide them a market that is devoid of the exploitation. So early last year, when COVID-19 hit, it came along with a great market disruption. When international travel was halted, tourist hotels were shut down, local and regional markets were shut down, people movement restrictions were imposed by government. It was a very big loss, market loss for the farmers. In my hometown of Taveta, southern Kenya, farmers were making huge losses as bananas and other farm products kept ripening and rotting in the farms for lack of a market or very limited market access. So at that time, we designed a program at Mucho Mangoes to support the most vulnerable women farmers, including widows, single parents, older women taking care of orphans and other vulnerable children, young mothers, and other financially deprived women who only depend on small-scale farming for their family's livelihood. So we did that by providing them with an income opportunity when the market was really not available for them in order for them to support their families. So what we will do, we would buy their bananas at a very good price, even when we did not have a market to sell our produce. And we would extend the shelf life of the products by solar drying, believing that we would sell the produce later. So this work has achieved great impact, because we not only supported the vulnerable families to access some income opportunities during those very difficult times, but we also saved food from wasting in the farms. Also, climate change is a very big issue. It's already affecting agricultural production in Africa with changing rainfall patterns and seasons. There's also a proliferation of new crop pests and diseases, which farmers are grappling with in their farms. I have personally seen very strong winds bringing down entire farm crops. I have seen floods and the soil erosion that comes with it significantly affecting agricultural production, quantities, and quality. So at Mucho Mangoes, we are building the climate change resilience capacity of rural small-scale farmers by supporting them to mitigate and adapt to climate change. We are providing farmers with training and production support, and our training is focused on organic production. We also have a program we call Trees for Livelihood, where we support farmers to plant fruit trees, especially mango trees, that will enable them to increase their incomes in the future by supplying us with the fruits, while at the same time helping us to improve their environment. So because of time, I'll not say much, but it is actually because of this work and the impact that this has achieved in the communities that we serve that I was just honored on the 20th of last month by the President of Kenya and the Council of Heroes of Kenya as a national hero because of the great impact that this work that I just talked about has had in the local communities that we serve. So I believe that you too can be a hero like me by joining hands as different stakeholders to empower our farmers and to enable them to produce the best quality products that meet global market standards, and to support them to access markets that offer them attractive return for their hard work in order for them to also support their families. So thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you, Henry and the Africa Shared Value Initiative for this great opportunity to present to this audience today. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Adidas. Some fantastic work you guys are doing there in itself. And what I'm most impressed by is, you know, you can do all the business support you want and training and development, but if you aren't actively stimulating market, which is the work that Didas and his team are doing, you're pretty much dead in the water. So well done to Didas and the team at Mucho Mangoes. So on to our last speaker, Nesfori Mwambai from Organic Ilemba Limited. Nesfori is the founder of Organic, an agribusiness that solves the problem of micronutrient malnutrition that is prevalent in children and women. Let me just take a pause quickly. I was sitting at the back, and as much as today's, and for that matter, the conference has been focusing on key themes around inclusion, gender equality, climate action, and health, I counted each one of the SDGs that pertains to the work that these entrepreneurs are doing, and 14 out of the 17 is squarely, if we help these entrepreneurs scale their businesses, we're able to achieve 14 out of those 17. But we can't do it alone, and that's why my favorite SDG is SDG number 17. This cannot happen without partnering with your ecosystem, and here we once again see a fantastic example working within the food security industry. Nesfori aims to transform fish farming in Kenya, improve food security, and increase productivity and product value. He's a member of the Alternative Leadership Association, the Agribusiness Club, Connect for Climate, under the auspices of the World Bank, Kenyan Youth Biodiversity Network, the Youth in Landscape, and an Alibaba Global Initiatives e-founder family member. Ladies and gentlemen, our final speaker for the day, Nesfori Mwambai.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nesfori Mwambai, founder of Organic Ilemba, and where our mission is to further organic and sustainable agriculture across the region. Allow me to share with you our project on urban aquaculture, circulation system for strategic partnership. Why aquaculture? Yeah. So in East Africa region is projected to realize an increase of fish consumption of 5.49 kg per person by 2022. The rise in population growth and income level implies that the region will need 2.49 million tons of fish to fill the demand gap supply. This is due to low productivity. So that's why as Organic Ilemba, we are creating a solution on urban aquaculture circulation system, which uses less space, it's easy to manage, rears fish at high density, and require no excavation. So this system uses water up to 98%, giving us an opportunity to rear fish at any time and anywhere, enabling production under optimal control condition, making it most efficient and environmental friendly solution for land-based fish farming. So currently, this system is being used to grow different species, such as tilapia, catfish, crawfish, also blue crab, just to mention a few. Right. So the system can be added as a hatchery component, which will increase access of quality fingerlings to farmers around. At the same time, have grow out fish tanks. On value addition, for example, catfish flesh has a many practical selling option to produce fish fillet as one of the revenue models, which enable farmer to get better prices for the production by shortening the fish supply chain, increasing bargaining and lobbying power. Also, the production of fish crisps, snacks for fresh fish meat. It's good for children, nutrition, snacks of all age. So why catfish? Catfish growth rate in a cultured condition results an average of 1.5 kg to 2 kg fish size within 6-month period. The species can survive and grow in blackish and low oxygen water, and also it does well in arid and semi-arid region due to hot climatic weather. So basically, the impact of the system is to increase fish productivity, improve food security, efficient water use, and also reduce environmental impact. So in the global market consumption demand, fish, the global aquaculture market size is projected to reach 378 billion by 2017, registering a CAGR of 5.8%. So due to that, our target market basically farmers, then CBOs, institutions, youth groups, NGOs, and government. For example, if an NGO or foundation will want to fund and support like 50 youth groups or SMEs on increasing fish productivity in the community, we can create a partnership to install this system for that purpose, creating a roughly impact of possibly 3,500 metric tons from the 50 groups or SMEs. Or if the government will want to fund and increase fish productivity in the country in already established projects such as Galana Kulalu Irrigation Scheme, or maybe Bura Irrigation Scheme in Kenya, we can work with the government to install a system to reduce the current deficit of about 500,000 metric tons, which we have every year. So you can imagine 1,000 SME venturing into RAS system we'll have about 70,000 metric tons, slightly 20% above the current Kenya year aquaculture production of 50,000 metric tons. So this is a few of the targeted market we are working into. So these are the revenue models, selling and installing of the aquaculture succession system. It's one of the revenue models with attached components such as the hatchery, production, value addition as other revenue models. So our competitive advantage basically is creating a climate smart innovation, producing local grown products, ensuring steady supply, high quality, and working with the best team. So in the current market, the local fish market, two guys are dominating this as Victoria Farms, Foodtech Africa, and Kalefish. So this is our team, basically. I've been the CEO. Then we have Collins as a CFO, Mariana as a nutritionist, Esther as a CEO. We have Dr. Mjomba as a CMO, Dr. Esjal as a CTO. We have also Leonard as a CTIO, and Jackson as a Chief Customer Officer. Yeah. Thank you for lending me your ear.
Thank you very much, Nesfori. You know, I sit here and I think nothing is insurmountable. These solutions are out there. They're ready to be scaled. They're ready to grow. We just need to adopt them. I saw one of those billionaires tweeting the other day about how we can solve food security if he sells 10% of his stock. The solutions are in our continent and they're ready to be scaled. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's 4 presenters today. I'm going to remind you who they are. Your job now is to take out your phones. If you're smart like my mom and you're watching, you can scan the QR code online and it will take you to the place where you can vote. I see some votes are coming through already. Let me remind you, whilst we're tallying some of the votes, who those entrepreneurs are. Again, first we heard from Robert Nguma, who was doing the fantastic project, Ethel Technologies, looking at alternative cooking methods. We had Didas Mzirai from Mucho Mangoes, really working on the marketing and stimulating market for farmers. Medina Amin Hussein, that fantastic initiative that has impacted over 3,600 young women in Kenya as well. And we wrapped up with Nesfori Mwambai from Organic Ilemba. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to vote. If you haven't voted, I don't see your phones out. I'm going to come and run over there and pull your phone out. The QR code is up. Scan the QR code, www.menti.com. menti.com and use the code 26959256. My job now is to create a little bit black noise and give you an African minute to vote while I thank our sponsors who are Abbott, ABSA, Enel, Old Mutual, and Safaricom. A reminder to keep those tweets going using the hashtag ASVS21, and don't forget to tag the Shared Value Africa initiative in your tweets. I see we've got quite a bit. Oh, the Menti meter has not been this active this entire week so far. I'm very impressed, guys. I see some clear leaders. I feel like it's a horse race between two at the moment. I hope you're not going, no, I wanted to make it a surprise. The cat's out of the bag. Wait a minute, we're not done yet. The voting is still open. We've got 29 votes and counting. Maybe if we get to about 30 or 40, we'd be good. Then I've got one or two more announcements. No, I think I've done them all. We've got 32 votes. Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to say. We're not officially voting for this, but if this conference was a competition and a country was winning, my friends from Kenya, you guys are definitely winning this competition. So give you guys a big round of applause. We're about to give away $1,000 on the spot. How much time do we have left, guys, at the back? Are we giving it another couple of seconds? It's a tight race. There's still some votes coming in. Oh, neck and neck. A reminder that the number is 26959256, www.menti.com. To our entrepreneurs, thank you very much for sharing your innovations today. Keep growing, keep striving, keep prospering. Oh, the English is running out at this time on the afternoon. We've got a tie, ladies and gentlemen. Who has not voted yet? We need to award one winner here this afternoon. Please get those votes in. Oh, looks like we've got a bit of a leader coming along. You know, at some point yesterday, Ben was saying, I got to pitch my business and I got $620 for pitching my business. Let's help one business make $1,000 here today to grow the impact of scale. And just when I think we've got an outright winner, it's now one vote. How much time do we have left, guys, at the back? Okay. We'll close it in 9 seconds. In 9 seconds, we're closing. That's 5, 4, 3. There's still some movement there. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Please put your hands together for Robert Nguma from Ethel Technologies, obviously from Kenya. Today's winner won a $1,000. Proudly brought to you by the Shared Value Africa Initiative. Robert, are you there? Is Robert still on the line? Can we maybe get a reaction from Robert? If not, hey, there we go. Hey, congratulations, Robert.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling?
I'm very much excited. I'm actually glad that people are actually liking the innovation. And hopefully, with the years to come, it will be sold in every country in Africa. That's my vision.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, give another round of applause to Robert. I don't know, Tiki, are you going to M-Pesa, write a check, EFT? The money's on the way, Robert. Don't spend it yet, and please don't go on holiday. Invest that money back into your fantastic innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for engaging me this late on this afternoon. Thank you to all of the sponsors for putting all of this together. I'm going to hand back over to Talifania and Nicole to take us through to the end of the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thanks, Ben.
Wow, $1,000. Hey, guys, you must start implementing things. I see Glenda there. You must start implementing things. Wow, amazing. Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, you know, my entrepreneur didn't win, but you know, it's cool. next time I had to figure out how to use different phones and vote multiple times, you know. But no, but it was really cool. Again, I love when people are in the early stages of building their business, right, and playing around with their ideas and seeing how they're going to solve problems. Love people that put action behind problems that they see. So very proud of every single one of them, and glad that we could be here to watch them.
Yes. Yeah. It's been an amazing day. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming. Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit. It's about empowerment. It's about bringing people together, Africa together, unity, gender equality, and just finding a best way to move forward in the African continental free trade area. And we should play our part in the economy to better South Africa and every country in Africa, 54 countries. And it's our job, it's our responsibility. I see a lot of youth here. It's your responsibility to innovate, bring more modules and models that will better Africa. Yeah.
So thank you all again so much. My first conference, I think, was over 3 years ago, and it's much smaller now, but it's still really great to be here. I'm glad to be back in person again, and just seeing how this organization has grown. Seeing our day one sponsors like your Safaricom's and ASAs and all of those, and those that have joined along the journey. Tiki and Vuyo are going to come up and kind of close out on this, but really them being dedicated to still see this through, no matter how much models have changed, no matter how difficult it is to get companies to buy in, to get people to understand how they can truly play a part in all these models being both highly impactful but still commercially viable. Getting people to understand the importance of all the different concepts, the research that they're doing, that they're investing time and resources in getting people to think a different way, and how to make those plans extremely actionable. At lunch, I met with a gentleman, he's sitting in the back of the room, and he was talking about how his organization is starting to work, with the Shared Value Initiative. So next year, I look forward to you being a speaker, sir, and telling us about how you were able to implement that, and everything you've learned here today and working with the organization. So thank everybody so much for your time, for your energy. I won't make you get up anymore and stretch or jump or any of that stuff. I'm still waiting on pictures for my outfits. We could take pictures together if you don't want to put it on Twitter. But thank you all so much, and I would love to introduce Tiki. I want to say thank you for bringing us all here. Thank you for your dedication, and for just the thought that you put into every single component of this. And I want everybody to hear from you in your own words, but thank you for having us as the host as well and entrusting us to not mess up this program. So yeah, introducing Tiki. Everyone, please get up, give her a hand.
Out my shoes.
Oh, the shoes came off, so it's about to be real, okay?
Yes. Thank you. Simba, I'm following you. I'm not putting my shoes on because my feet are sore. So thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Talifani. Loved the two of you today, the same way I loved Simba and Mimbi yesterday. It was all about letting your personalities shine through. So the last 2 days for me personally has been insightful, inspiring, but in a way a little bit sad as well, because there's so many inequalities still in our world. It has also been very energizing because I could see all of you again and be with people in a room, although I said to Vuyo, Vuyo, I can't stand this empty room because we're used to having 350 people in a room and it buzzing and everything, but thank you to all for making it buzz as well. So thank you for that. I just want to say, also, I know Vuyo is going to do the thank you in detail, but just thank you from me personally to all of you, and especially for making this graveyard shift. Henry, as you said. So the theme this year was One Africa, One Voice. And Emmanuel asked yesterday, so whose voices are we talking about? And I think when we sit back and when we came up with the concept of One Africa, One Voice, it was about all of our voices, but most of all, it was about those voices that are silent, the ones that doesn't have the power, that doesn't have the platform to actually speak up. Those are the voices that we want to be able to help to identify so that we can create this one Africa, one voice. Because our women, those voices that we can't hear is our women and our children that are suffering. The voices we can't hear is those young people that don't have jobs. You know, the voices that we can't hear is our entrepreneurs that are looking for support from the private sector and from government as well. So we need to help those young people, those women, those children. All of us needs to raise our voices so that we can create that one Africa, one voice. Yes, we're still grappling with COVID. Yes, COVID has really, pushed us back many years, but we need to move forward. And most of all, we need to unite as Africans. Believe in ourselves, believe in our own capabilities, and demonstrate firstly to ourselves and then to the world that we are the ones that's going to change the system. As Mark always say, and he said it again today, that system was created hundreds of years ago. It can't work in Africa. We need to change that system and make it work for ourselves. And as Albert Einstein said, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. And that's where the shift needs to come. And I want to say today, all of us, we need to change the system, throw out those assumptions. Because I often get so cross, and we all knows that, about when people start talking about Africa. It's like throw out the assumptions that Africa is poor. Throw out the assumptions that it will always be poor. Assumptions that for Africa to develop, we need to be more like the West. No, we don't have to be like the West. We just need to be ourselves. Assumptions that we are not good enough. Assumptions that whatever come from outside Africa is better than what we have here. Assumptions that Africa is all doom and gloom, and that really rare, bad assumption that the only thing that can change the world, sorry, Sazini, the world from a business perspective is money, okay? Because it's not just about money, it is about your purpose as well as a person. Money can give us power to make a difference. Believe me, we all know that. It can give us the power, but money cannot give us the desire to do so. That desire needs to come from within. And looking at leadership and looking at the turmoil that the world is in today, dare I say that too many leaders, their desires are focused on self-interest, leadership that values self-interest above our people and our planet. It was world-renowned architect Becky Fuller that said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, we need to build a new model that makes the old model obsolete." All of us sitting here today and those watching online, we as a collective need to build that new model and start with changing our thinking and attitudes. As Dr. Patrick Bitature also said, it is about our attitude. A new model that will see us as a collective support the AFCFTA, use it and grow it. Because Beatrice, you were telling me that the AFCFTA is there, we need to actually support it and see how Africa grows. Because we need to grow the intra-Africa trade. A new model that is based on economic inclusion, that provided business models that support our businesses. A new model that's not stooped in old thinking. A model that creates equality, where we can trust each other and where we can leave no one behind. As I said, it was inspiring, insightful to listen to all the speakers and the discussions but now the work has to start. Because this is always the thing, we come to a conference, we're very inspired afterwards, we talk about it for 2 weeks and then we don't do anything. So what we have to do, all of us leaving here today, we all need to leave here making a commitment to ourselves and to our continent, that we as a collaborative will put in the work, we will put in the effort and the time to build back better. We do not have the luxury of time. It's running out, and our people and our planet is suffering. At the recent Africa Create Jobs, I asked Professor Mtuzi Mdwaba, I don't know if you know him, about Africa Unity. Now, Prof. Mdwaba is a South African that is running to become the Director General of the ILO, of the International Labour Organization, and if appointed, will be the first African to run the institution since its inception 100 years ago. And I said to him, what is it about Africa Unity and how can we get it right? And he said to me that Africa Unity starts with you and I. Recognize each other as brothers and sisters, irrespective of whether we speak Swahili or Portuguese or English or French. Respecting each other and doing away with our colonial past, the colonial past that only respects that which comes from the outside and is prejudice-based. He went on to say that to a large extent, we're getting it right, but we're moving too slow because we are blocked by our inability to see value in people that are not members of our private clubs or our exclusive societies. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, as customary, we always announce where we're going for our 2022, our next summit. So we're thinking about that already. And what we did when we sat down with the 2022 summit, we looked at the challenges that we're facing in Africa. And one of those single biggest challenges that we're facing is connectivity. And we've experienced it this year with our cohort. They're here, some of them are here today, with our cohort that we had to train. Connectivity, if we can provide connectivity to all on the Africa continent, we can empower people to make informed decisions. But while we don't have connectivity, we're going to struggle as a continent. So we are forming a partnership for the summit next year with GSMA. It's an industry organization that represents more than 750 mobile network operators. So, and we're going to Kigali in Rwanda in 2022 because we need to get us all together. And it could have been Rwanda, it could have been Nairobi, it could have been back in Johannesburg, but we decided with GSMA to go to Kigali because we need to, as a collective, we want to, at that particular conference next year, to try and find those solutions that we're looking for from a connectivity perspective. Because we're all talking that digital is the answer, but if we don't have access, how is digital going to be the answer for Africa? And then, in final closing, I would like to call up an individual that has become my rock. I even feel like crying. So 2 years ago, this young person, and she hates it when I say young person because she says she's not that young anymore. She signed up for a job, not knowing what she was really in for. And how many hours she had to put in. But lucky for me, she was also a Capricorn like me, and that was a definitely yes, because we both workaholics. So we talk to each other in the early hours of the morning, the late at night, but we always, always in communication. So after hearing that Vuyo was a Capricorn, I said, that's it. She needs to join us. So I just want to say that, Vuyo, thank you for being my rock and for helping me with all of this. And I want to say that all of you sitting here, we are the team of the Shared Value Africa Initiative, Vuyo and myself. And Vuyo and myself always laugh when we present to somebody and say, sure, you must have a big team that's helping you with all of this work. and then we're too embarrassed to say it's only the two of us. So, but more than that, we both share such a huge love for the African continent, and we are both driven to shift mindsets and drive change. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Luvuyo Lutseke to the stage. Thank you, my Vuyo.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
You're going to find a lot of similarities between what Diki was saying now and what I'm going to say. So let's just say we're vying for who gets to have the final say for the summit. Thank you so much, Diki. Beautiful words. Now I have to catch my breath for a second. It's such an honor to be here for the 5th Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit, which is no easy feat, I must say. It's my second summit and my first one in person, so it was also quite lovely to get to greet and hug and see all these faces and collaborators and partners that we've just been seeing on Zoom for the last 1.5 to 2 years. So thank you so much for everyone who's able to come here in person from near and far. Thank you to everyone who's able to log in online to join us for this. But firstly, I want to just start with some acknowledgements, which is very important for us as the Shared Value Africa Initiative and Shift Impact Africa. As we conclude this year's summit, for us it's important to acknowledge those who have been part of our journey, not just as members and partners of the Shared Value community here on the continent, but particularly those who worked very hard to help us deliver this summit. Our panelists, our speakers, everyone who's just been playing their part to make sure that when we come together this time around, it's a successful event. This also brings to mind especially members of the SVAI who remain committed to being voices of change on the continent. I want to mention the Africa Council of 8, who those who are here with us in Johannesburg and those who were not able to make it due to circumstances beyond our control. You know, thank you to all of you for continuing to be our ambassadors across the continent, especially Nicole Mumbi, Apechi Simba, I see some of the faces, Allah, and of course Talifani, you know, for being on the program as facilitators, speakers, and panelists today and yesterday. And of course, all our speakers, as I mentioned yesterday, near and far. I want to give a special shout out to the technical events and comms team sitting all the way at the back there, who are the backbone, helping us with yet another great summit and the numerous hours that you guys have all worked and just allowing change upon change upon change upon change upon change to be done. Really appreciate that. Thank you to the members of our board. Thank you to Sazini, Immaculata, Jane, and Crystal, who could not be with us today. I think you continue to lead us, right, in driving this change across the continent, and that steadfast commitment is absolutely appreciated. And thank you for always just being on the other side of that WhatsApp or that Zoom call whenever needed. Digi, I mean, I think everything you said about me, I want to say back to you, right? The leader of the Shared Value movement across the continent is founder and CEO of Shift and the SVAI. And I think your passionate leadership and commitment just, I think for me, has shown that no dream is too big when you want to actually make a change. You keep going, you keep pushing, and things are happening, and you see the change happening because of everyone who's here and everyone who's dialing online right now. So thank you for that, Diki. So I want to give also a word of thank you to our sponsors. You know, ABSA was the very first company to come on board as a founding member of the SVAI, and of course participated in the very first summit all those years ago, and we're able to come back and be represented again this year as we came back to Joburg for this summit. Old Mutual Limited, another ongoing supporter of the summit and the SVAI, particularly Ian Williamson's participation in yesterday's discussion, thought-provoking as always, and showed leadership commitment to creating shared value. NL Green Power, thank you to both those who represented locally, being William Price and Liza Gadlepu, but also Maria Christina, who was able to dial in at group level to again demonstrate this is truly a global network that we are all participating, that we are all part of. Thank you to Abbott, another global organization that addresses and delivers on healthcare challenges through shared value across the world, but also particularly with us, you know, demonstrating that the work that they do in Africa, as Monica Sanders spoke to earlier today. And of course, Safaricom, another leading shared value voice in our community, represented by Peter Ndegwa and Omondi Kasidi on the panels earlier. And of course, today we're very happy to have Karen Vassier being with us here in Johannesburg as well. So all these organizations are not only sponsors, but members of the SVAI, with whom we look forward to continuing to show shared value in action, shifting mindsets, and influencing others to make the same commitment to profit with purpose. We are all here because of purpose. Whether you already know what your purpose is, or you're still trying to figure it out, it's a journey, we always say. What brings us together under this umbrella of the Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit is a personal and professional commitment to contributing to unity and growth on the continent in whatever way that you can, to looking beyond our immediate priorities of the bottom line or profit to the bigger difference that we would like to make in the world that we live in. On the program, it says a prayer, but we come from different backgrounds, we come from different belief systems, so really it's just for us to have a moment. Firstly, to show gratitude and say thanks that we were able to come together for this summit, be it virtual or in person. I think also it's worth taking a moment to show gratitude that we actually got to see another day when so many didn't. We live in a time where our future is at risk for various reasons. Climate change, the fate of the girl child is in jeopardy. We live in a young continent, as we always say, that faces numerous challenges, including the scourge of unemployment. But we also know that we need to help our young people to contribute to this future that we're all aiming to achieve. Gender-based violence and femicide, as well as gender inequality, continue to occur and are not changing or transforming as quickly as we'd like, as we've been discussing. And all of these issues have been compounded on by the fact that we are dealing with COVID-19. I'm not trying to be a downer, but this is the world that we live in. But we do want to spare a thought for victims of all these circumstances across the continent and send them healing intentions and wish them all the best, no matter what they might be facing, and the future that hopefully will get better for them. Ours is a continent of tenacity. We've faced and overcome struggle for generations and for centuries. In the 21st century, the challenges may be different, but it's the same spirit that will take us through to prosperity. It won't be quick, it won't be easy, but that tenacity is what will get us through. And we can do that as one continent, as one Africa. We've been talking a lot about the fact that organizations across borders, across sectors, can and should be doing more to bring positive reinforcements, to bring about improvements to our communities. But also us as individuals, we need to think, reflect, but act as well. It's a moment for us to reflect on our own personal commitments to bring about unity and change on the continent, in our towns, in our cities, in our communities, in our families even. What does that look like in action? By being here, we're already showing an affinity to doing better, to consciously contributing to our society and the environment, and contributing to a better African society overall. It may sound like a cliche, but we all individually have a responsibility. When you know better, you do better, right? We have a responsibility, and by thinking consciously about what that responsibility is, no action is too small when it comes to affecting another person's life, because that one simple act could change a life, could change a community, could change the world. So our prayer is gratitude, sparing a thought for others who are less fortunate, but most importantly, acting with purpose towards what that change could be, how we can positively affect our society individually and as a group and as organizations. So that's all I wanted to say, that it starts with you and I, and it starts today. Thank you so much, everyone. So, my actual final words today is to introduce the video. Yes, that's what I'm doing. Introducing a video. So we were very lucky to have a video that was sent to us, a message from the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, to just share a few words on the AFCFTA. He unfortunately could not be with us today, but we wanted to share the video with you guys. Just take a few minutes for that. And I think the team is ready to cue that. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to participate in this 5th annual Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit with a focus on economic growth and the AFCFTA. I regret that I'm unable to join you in person, but I hope that through this recorded message, I nonetheless will still be able to contribute to the success of the conference. I want to thank the organizers of the summit for the opportunity provided to me and the AFCFTA Secretariat as you begin the conversation on economic growth and the AFCFTA. Both this discussion and future discussions on the AFCFTA, I am sure, will contribute to generation ideas on Africa's fast recovery post-COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has negatively impacted Africa's growth trajectory, and as has been observed, in 1 year, the pandemic has halted a quarter century of steady economic growth in Africa, disrupted value chains, and caused an unprecedented increase in poverty and inequality. In other words, the pandemic has pushed back the meager gains that Africa had made over the last 20 years in terms of economic growth. However, even before the onset of the pandemic, economic growth on the continent was not as robust enough to absorb the growing labor force into productive employment and thereby significantly push back the frontiers of poverty. Growth in most African countries has been driven by the production and exports of extractives, which does not guarantee and does not generate enough jobs and also limits the capacity of structural transformation of Africa's economies. Some estimates indicate that 10 to 12 million young Africans join the labor force each year. Meanwhile, the continent creates only 3.7 million jobs annually. According to the IMF, by the year 2035, more young people will be entering Africa's workforce each year than in the rest of the world combined. Certainly, if there are no productive jobs for young people, the fight against poverty will be lost. Africa needs a sustained economic recovery and revival. Therefore, it is essential that post-COVID-19, policies and measures that are undertaken to enhance the quality and pattern of economic growth on the African continent are designed to facilitate structural transformation for employment creation on a large scale. In this regard, the AFCFTA became operational in January 2021, providing a unique opportunity to further drive economic growth and structural transformation through economic integration for the benefit of our businesses and young people. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me provide you with an update on the state of play in the negotiations and implementation of the AFCFTA. As I mentioned earlier, Africa's collective effort to create a free trade area that spans the entire continent was realized on the 1st of January 2021, when trading under the AFCFTA was launched, in line with the decision, the 13th decision of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government. With respect to signature and ratification, I'm happy to update you that and thus far, we have 54 signatories to the agreement establishing the AFCFTA. Only one country is still yet to sign the agreement establishing the AFCFTA. Ratifications now stand at 40 countries, with 38 of those countries having deposited their instruments of ratification, thereby making them state parties to the agreement establishing the AfCFTA. This indicates very, very strong legal commitment and strong political will to ensure that all countries in Africa implement the AfCFTA, and more importantly, it signals that all of these countries that have ratified the agreement have accepted the legal obligations to open their markets, to reduce barriers to trade, to reduce barriers to investment. It indicates that these countries are committed to a single set of rules for trade and investment on the African continent. Regarding the critical role of rules of origin, which define what is locally produced in Africa and thus qualify for tariff concessions, substantial progress has been made in terms of the negotiations of rules of origin. We have now reached agreement on 86.3 product lines, which will now have the same rule of origin, the same local content requirements throughout the African continent. This convergence on this large number of local content rules means that for investors and for businesses, the market in Africa will be more predictable and certainly will have legal certainty as they trade across borders. In terms of tariff concessions, our ambition is very high. We intend that by the end of the 13th year, 97% of Africa's products should be traded at zero duty. Only 3% of products are excluded from liberalization. We hope that this high level of ambition and reduction of tariff barriers will enhance trade and boost intra-Africa trade to the level that one day we will match and reach the competitiveness of intra-regional trade that other regions enjoy. In addition, we have operationalized the AfCFTA dispute settlement body. The inaugural meeting of the dispute settlement body convened in April 2021 in Accra, Ghana. The rules of the dispute settlement mechanism will bind all countries. This should lead to much needed legal certainty and predictability of trade on the African continent. The inauguration of the dispute settlement body in April 2021 sends a very strong signal to African investors and other investors that Africa is open for business and investment and trade, and that these activities, trade, investment in Africa, will henceforth take place in accordance with rules, and that all of the countries who have ratified the agreement commit themselves to solve any disputes that arise, to solve those disputes in accordance with the predetermined rules in the protocol on dispute settlement.
So now this is the fun part. Thank you so much, everyone. This is the conclusion of the Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit. And we'd like to invite you all to please join us for refreshments outside in the lobby. And thank you for joining us.